I now call the House to order. We will take up question number one. Question number one being raised by Sri Merylbourne CM, MLA. Minister, in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, answer to number one star question. A. Sir, the major reasons contributing to the delay are as follows. Obstruction by Joint Action Committee, that is JACWU. Forest objections at Umsau Range Forest. B, sir, to add Soil and Water Conservation Department in coordination with PHE Department. These include Miyawaki forestation, construction of check dams, contour trenches, and other soil and water conservation measures aimed at improving groundwater recharge and strengthening the sustainability of water sources. Further, community awareness programs and catchment plantation activities are also being undertaken by concerned department with a coordination and support from the PHE department to ensure long-term sustainability and protection of critical water sources. See, sir, the total number of water samples tested in Riboy district during 2025-26 is 3,336 numbers. D, sir, the total number of samples found contaminated is nil. Sir.
Your supplementary, please.
Yeah. So before I ask my supplementary question, allow me to just express my gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister for promoting Rendia. This is very close to my heart, and yesterday I have seen in social media that Honorable Chief Minister has expressed desire that this is one of the attire that we should wear. And Rendia is very close to me personally because I belong from the village D1, which has been regarded as an Erisil village. So I want to place on record my sincere thanks on this. So my first supplementary question, the principal question that I have put forward is that in the course of response at A, the two reasons that has been mentioned clearly, now it has been addressed, and I would like to know from the Honorable Minister in charge, I would like to get a clear assurance, the timeline for the completion of Nongpo Combined Water Supply Scheme, as well as the physical progress in percentage, as well as the financial status on this project.
Speaker, sir, first, the physical completion of the project is 75%, sir, and the target for completing the project is December 2026. So I don't have the financial, I don't have the record of financial progress, sir. For that matter, I require notice, sir.
Yeah, kindly place in the table of the House.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, in this regard, because we have seen the central sponsored scheme under Jal Jeevan Mission, under the Jal Shakti Ministry. For the past 2 years or more than 2 years, there is no funding towards this project, in which there is hue and cry all over the state. Many contractor associations, time and again, they have met the concerned department to ensure for the release of their bill, including for the Nongpo Combined Water Supply Scheme also. In this regard, I would like to get an assurance from the Honorable Minister with regards to the pending bills of all the JJM contractor in the state, as well as for Nongpo Combined Water Supply Scheme, because keeping in mind the fiscal progress is 75%. And I'm not wrong to say that even the central government, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, will monitor the progress of the work, whether it has been completed or not, then only they will release the fund. So I would like to get a categorical response in this regard.
Sir, I would like to place a report on with regard to the sanctioning of the JJM funds. Sir, very recently the Government of India has sanctioned. The sanction letter number is G-1026/JJM-1-3/2026-JJM-1-DDWS. The NJJM under Department of Drinking Water Supply and Ministry of Jal Shakti has released JJM 2.0 funds with the following breakup. Release of central share against additional share is 2.36 crore. Number two, upfront release of schemes of SBS, that is single village scheme, and multi-village scheme pipe water supply, that is rupees 171.46 crore. Number three, reimbursement mode for MBS dash rupees 140.78 crore. Number four, support activities rupees 15.73 crore. Number five, water quality monitoring activities 6.29 crores. These are the sanctions that has been given from the Government of India. So this in fact an allocation for JJM 2.0 for the financial year 26-27, considering that 336.62 has been allocated and earmarked for Meghalaya by way of JJM funds, and comparing with other similar states, this allocation is significant and much more than similarly placed northeast on hilly states. Sir, however, it has to be understood that this is allocation and sanction of JJM funds, not released. There are certain procedures like financial audit of last 2 years, creation of head of account by Office of Accountant General, scheme onboarding and functionality assessment, which have to be followed before ministry would consider release in installments. The exact same procedures are applicable and are being followed by all other states, and only a few states have been able to comply, and mostly these are the states that are seeking reimbursement for state funding of JJM. Sir, also, it is to be noted that release will be made first for 100% completed schemes, then 95%, then 90 to 95%, and so on and so forth. It is therefore humbly requested that contractors may take steps to complete the schemes. Then functionality of the completed schemes is also an important criteria for payments, and a comprehensive exercise is underway to ensure functionality of completed JJM schemes. The same process and procedures are being followed by all the states as mandated by the Government of India. Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister, for that elaborate response. And I would like to reiterate my stand to the government and the PHE department through you, sir, so that it will press up this matter with the ministry for the early release of the fund, as well as at the same time to instruct all concerned firm or contractor to complete the work, because as per the statement made, it depends on their completion of the work for 100%, 90%, 80%, and so on. So in this regard, I would like the government to press upon. So my supplementary question number 3. Whether the government has conducted any assessment, keeping in mind the course of response at B, any assessment and mapping of depleted, dried up, or declining spring, stream, and traditional water source in the state? If yes, how much it has progressed and the status in this regard, sir?
So with regard to that questions, it is about critical water sources, what I am meant to understand. So the study was done by the department, and 785 critical water sources has been identified. And for that, the necessary interventions in addressing the critical water sources are underway, sir.
Keeping in mind the water scarcity in the state, I would like to sincerely request the department to speed up this process into identifying and to speed up the process to restore the critical water source in the state. May I know, in this regard, the fund allocation for restoration of water sources in this regard and the status and the fund that has been allocated specifically as per the response at B, sir? Whether there is any allocation specific for this purpose?
Sir, I'm sorry to say that I don't have the figure with me about this fund allocation, because it is with the soil and water conservation, and the principal question is about certain water supply scheme project. So therefore, I may not be able to give you the figure, but obviously I will be able to give you the kind of intervention that the department is taking with regard to addressing the critical water sources. So the interventions are structural interventions like continuous contour trenches. May I, sir? It will take some time. Continuous contour trenches is a...
Here, immediately in the table of the House. It will take time in question.
Okay, I'll lay this on the table of the House. Thank you, sir.
So with regard to the response at C and D, this is with regards to the contaminated water sample that has been taken. Only in Ribhoi district, around 3,336 sample has been taken. And the good news is that at D, the response is that contaminated found is nil. Even though, keeping in mind, for the safety and the safe drinking water for the citizen of the state, I would like to know the mind of the PH. As we have heard even at the allocation from the central government also, where there is a specific mention about the sample of water testing lab also. What step has been taken by the government or proposed to establish or strengthen water quality testing lab and regular monitoring facility in the state and in Ribhoi? If yes, how it has been in progress, sir?
Sir, I don't have the number of laboratories that is having in entire state. There are good number of laboratories across the state. Some of the laboratories are already accredited by NABCL and doing very well, sir. And water testings are done pre-monsoon and post-monsoon, sir, annually.
Thank you.
So we move on to the next question. Question raised by Ronnie Lindo. I think the Honorable MLA who has raised this question is absent, so we'll move on to the next question. Question number 3, raised by Bahevi Stone Karpran, and Honorable Minister to reply, please.
So, the name of schemes, projects of the Community and Rural Development Department, which falls under the purview of social auditing, are as below. The Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, Grameen, BB Ramji. B. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Grameen, PMAYG. C. National Social Assistance Program, NSAP, and D, Pradhan Mantri Adas Gram Yojana, PMAGY. Sir.
Your supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister in charge of CID Department. So I would like to ask the Honorable Minister whether social auditing is being conducted regularly in every year in all the CID blocks of the state, as prescribed under the respective schemes.
So, may I request again the Honourable Member to repeat?
Whether social audit is being conducted regularly every year in all the CID blocks of the state.
There are 17 schemes. Again, I'm confusing, sir. I'm hearing about the
Honorable
number of
MLA is
schemes.
asking whether you have regular social auditing done, whether it is annually or...
Around 70,000 audits conducted last year, sir.
Okay. How many cases of financial irregularities have been detected? You said that you have been conducting the social audit every year. So I want to know how many cases of financial irregularities have been detected through such audits.
Four number of cases found irregularities, sir.
These four cases in how many years, sir? In the last how many years?
The social auditing, it is done to every schemes, and the conduct of the social auditing, it continues, sir.
Oh, sorry, it's clear. So I want to know, sir.
I'll just supplement. Just supplement to the minister's reply, sir. In the last 3 years, about 7,724 issues have been reported, sir. In the last 3 years put together, out of these 7,724, there are financial ones, which I don't have the breakup right now, but 724 have been resolved, and action taken report has been uploaded also. And just also, sir, for the knowledge of the House, about 4,19,959 audits have been conducted in the last 10 years, sir. 8 years, in fact, have been conducted. So that's the number, sir. And in the last year itself, 69,524 audits were conducted. So the audit thing is happening at a very large scale, sir. And to share with the House, apart from the mandate given by the Government of India, our own state government act was brought in to ensure that the audits were taking place, and we had our own act that came into being, which is called the Meghalaya Community Participation in Public Service Social Audit Act 2017. And based on that, over and above what the Government of India and the CNRD department does, there are almost close to 13 more different schemes which are being audited today, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. Any disciplinary action initiated on the basis of findings of social auditing, sir?
Sir, I'll reply to this because it is beyond the audit, because beyond the CNRD. So the procedure is very simple. Once the CNRD or any of the particular, when this particular aspect is looked into by the concerned auditing agency, then this auditing agency then sends the reports to the respective departments. As I mentioned, sir, the the schemes are mentioned in the reply, but apart from those schemes also, different aspects of, as I said, aspects like the Jal Jeevan, Blue Revolution, revamped distribution for power department, health institutions. There are many other departments also where the social audit is done. And the procedure is that once the audit is done, the report is sent to the departments concerned, and then the departments concerned then take the necessary action to be taken against those agencies or implementing agencies that are concerned. So therefore, those are all departmental wise, and that the exact information will not be available with us as of now.
So, thank you, sir. What are the findings of social audit are made available in the public domain and communicated to the concerned VC or the participant or beneficiaries?
Sir, the issues are reported, and as I had mentioned, 1,491 actions taken report have been uploaded in the MG and NRGS MIS. So it is made publicly available.
Last question.
So whether the government has any intention that the schemes implemented through SETI department, that means a state-funded scheme of projects, will be covered that purview of the social audit in future?
Yes, sir, this goes beyond the departmental CNRD department's purview. That's why, sir, I'll just mention that so there are two aspects to social audit. One is the central government's requirement and mandate as per the different acts and the different schemes, the different schemes that are there. And that's what the Honorable Minister just replied to. And then they need to be audited. But in the year 2017, Meghalaya enacted its own act called the Meghalaya Community Participation and Public Services Social Audit Act. And based on this particular act, multiple schemes were taken into consideration for social audit across different departments. So while in the beginning, the social audit was done by an agency or a society called MSAT, which is the Meghalaya Society for Social Audit and Transparency, which was formed in 2014. This state act came in, and once the state act came in, sir, other schemes of the government of Meghalaya and the government of India have been slowly and steadily being included in the social audit procedure. As I mentioned, sir, there are food and civil supplies, so that is being audited, sir. Education department, the PM Poshan, the Samagra Shiksha scheme of education department, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, urban of the urban affairs department, the Blue Revolution of the fisheries department, the revamped district distribution sector scheme of the power department, the Jal Jeevan mission of the public health engineering department, the Meghalaya livelihood and forest ecosystem management project of the Meghalaya Basin Management Agency, health institutions of the health and family welfare, and so on and so forth. So there are many schemes, and as it happens, we continue to include more and more schemes, because, sir, at the end of the day, the social audit, the objective is really to make the accountability there. And if there is any aspect of course correction that needs to be done, that correction is done through these interventions. So social audit is a very, very important aspect, because it is mostly done by the beneficiaries. A lot of the beneficiaries are also part of the social audit process. And this MSAT society that we've created is an independent agency in society where independent directors are there, sir. So this process is a very, very well balanced and a process that creates accountability. And because of this accountability that is there, you actually end up seeing the implementing agencies performing better because they know that they will be audited. So it's a very robust, I should say, mechanism of creating a very strong accountability in the system. And that is why, as I said, government has gone beyond. In fact, sir, we are one of the few states in the country that actually funds the MSAT and the social audit through our own fund. Approximately close to 5 crores is budgeted every year for social audit to be conducted, sir. And very, very few states in the country, I will not be wrong in saying, sir, we may be 1 or 2 in the country that actually fund separately to conduct social audit from the state's own budget, sir.
Yes, pardon, please.
Sir, with regards to this question, the question is very simple and very clear, sir. However, it seems that the minister is not coming prepared to the House. He doesn't know anything, and it seems he's confused, even with a very simple question, sir. So the question is very simple, sir, whether auditing has been carried or not, and how many times, and the way how this audit is being carried out. And however, the Honorable Chief Minister is trying to mix up with central schemes. So these schemes have been mentioned clearly. So we want to know whether the intention of this question is that we want to know whether the objective is being served or not. We want to know the effective of these social audit. So what action has been taken against those organizations or associations who have been found that there are irregularities in their implementation of different schemes, sir? We want to know exactly. We want to know from the minister. It seems that this question, it doesn't require the chief minister to come for his rescue, sir.
Sir, number one, I think it's unfortunate that the honorable member is using such language. The honorable minister has definitely prepared. I can vouch for that. We've prepared this question together. But there are different aspects, sir. It goes beyond the questions that have been asked for the CNRD department. So therefore, if you look at, and if you heard my reply, sir, I was very clear in my reply. I mentioned that there are schemes under the CNRD, and then there are schemes outside CNRD which are being audited. Then there are certain guidelines of the Government of India which require us to audit certain schemes. And then we came out with our own act in 2017. In fact, when the leader of opposition was the chief minister, this very, very great and wonderful scheme and act came out. Not scheme, I'm sorry. Act came out. And today, as I said, many of the other schemes beyond central government's mandate are also being audited. So that is the only clarification I was making. And hence, when asked a question, it went beyond the CNRD department's supply, sir. So therefore, I have mentioned, sir, that already if you look at the entire aspect of social audit, there are 7,724 issues have been reported in the last 3 years. Again, I have been very clear on that. And respective departments, after the audit is done, the respective departments are informed and then they take necessary action on whatever needs to be done. If it's a financial irregularity, or if there's a quality issue, or if there's a supply issue, whatever the issue may be there, the concerned department and then takes the action. And therefore that information again is not available with the minister. And of course, because it is beyond the scope in the sense it goes very large, sir, we don't have all the aspects. But as I said, sir, issues of job cards come up, issues of irregularities of muster roll, delay in wage payment. So all of these issues come out in the social audit, which are, most of them are resolved at the department level, sir.
You may continue.
Sir, I think it would be wrong to say that the language that I used, when I see that the minister is not prepared, so I have to say like that, no? I think there's nothing wrong. It is not unparliamentary, sir. So, sir, we want to know from the minister, since the minister himself has clarified that out of 7,000 plus, there are 4 organizations that have been found that their works
are irregular. Some irregularities have been found. So we want to know what types of irregularities. And we want to know the concrete action being taken against those organizations that have been found in their irregularities.
You have a reply on that?
So, I'd like to thank the honorable member for wanting me to answer the particular question, and the answer which the question which which the member is asking, of course I've answered, but some of the details which is not with me, so that's why I require notice. I'm not able to get the exact numbers.
Dr. Mukul Sangma, please. Hello.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's a very important question which has been tabled by the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, sir, as referred to by the honorable CM, in fact, this act, when was passed, the state was lauded. It is considered as one of the legislation which was highly appreciated in the matter of ensuring transparency through community participation on a real-time basis auditing. Now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to get a categorical reply from the government, having seen the report of the society. But then, on the ground, the perception of the people, it's completely contradictory. Because the whole concept, if you look at the name of the principal act itself, community participation, it starts with this. So, I think the approach of auditing has somehow shifted from the original intent of the act itself. Therefore, I think it would be in the fitness of thing that we realign our approach as we further proceed in implementing the mandate of this act with the sole intention of achieving the objective of the act. Because when we launched this program, the people are informed in advance, all the stakeholders. So the idea of the social auditing, as per the mandate of the Act, is to do auditing on a real-time basis, rather than the post-mortem. We have the CAG and other auditing procedure, which is more or less post-mortem. But this is on a real-time basis, so that rather than the penal action or punitive action, rather than taking any penal action subsequently, we are able to have a course correction at the time of implementation. That was the idea. So that there is a complete involvement. So may I get a categorical assurance from the government that CM himself can have a review of this whole approach of implementation of the mandate of this act? I'm a little disturbed mentally by seeing how it is being done. Because when we started, we launched, I think everybody knew the purpose. And there was I must say, when we reviewed these, even Honorable Prime Minister used to review programs initiated by states involving the chief ministers. And when we shared this, it was highly appreciated. And in fact, he advised other states also to emulate. So therefore, I think it is to ensure transparency with the involvement of the community participation at the time of implementation on a real-time basis. We see many of these, our own MLAs in the House, sometimes sharing the concern that at the time of implementation of program, many of the members of this August House are not aware of the programs. Therefore, may I get this categorical assurance from the Honorable Chief Minister himself that he will have a review of this particular mandate of the Act and realign the approach of implementing the mandate of this Act.
Yes, sir. I would like to once again thank the Honorable LO and sir, put on record that yes, it was during the time when the Honorable Leader of Opposition was the Chief Minister. This particular act came into being in 2017. And yes, as mentioned, sir, this was a first time in the country that this kind of an act came up. So definitely it was a very, very impactful and a very meaningful step that was taken. And we are carrying forward that particular process. And as we have to do course correction in all the different schemes, we also have to do course correction within the auditing also, as mentioned by the Honorable LO. So there could be circumstances, instances where there could have been certain areas where the objective may not have been met as per the mandate of the Act and the rules. Hence, sir, definitely I will review this personally. I will call a meeting of this particular scheme and this particular Act and review this and ensure that whatever has to be done to make sure that this Act has the impact, the desired outcome, which it was supposed to, we will ensure that we not just now, sir, but continuously review it. As correctly mentioned, sir, this is actually a really great way because it's not as he said, it's a post-mortem. It is on the spot. So you're looking at things like you just simply go while the scheme is being implemented and you ask them, and they tell you, well, our wages have not been paid. And there and then the course correction takes place and the wages are paid. So it's almost like the CM Connect program which we have. So that's what we try to do, sir. So I take the suggestion very positively and definitely, sir, assure the Honorable Leader of Opposition and the House that I will personally look into this and ensure that there is course correction within the social audit system also. Thank you so much, sir.
So we move on to the next question, raised by Dr. Mizanur Khazi, question number 4. The Honorable Chief Minister to reply, please.
So reply to star question 4. A, sir. So there are 666 number of Anganwadi centers operated from rented or temporary buildings. B, sir, construction of Anganwadi centers is being taken up in convergence with CNRD for construction of new buildings. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers is being taken up under Meghalaya Early Childhood Development Mission. C, sir, under the Anganwadi Services Supplementary Nutrition Mission program, is being provided for 25 days in a month. It consists of 2 main components. Number 1, hot cooked meal. It is prepared and served at the Anganwadi center by the Anganwadi workers for children under the age group of 3 and 6. 2, take-home ration. It is provided once a week for children from 6 months to 3 years, pregnant nursing mothers and adolescents. And the state government has also recently taken initiative to expand and enhance the provisions of the hot cooked meal twice a week, and eggs will soon be provided.
Your supplementary, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for his reply. And through you, I would like to know from the Honorable Chief Minister that how many Anganwadi centers operate from rented or temporary buildings under Salsala CDPO, and how many of them have proper kitchen and toilet facilities?
Sir, this breakup I don't have. It's a very, very specific detail he's asking. So I won't have that reply with me under the Salsala CDPO, how many are there. But as I mentioned, sir, there are 666 total. We have total number of 6,188 Anganwadi centers, and 5,522 are either owned by the community or owned by the government, but 666 of them are operating from a rented and temporary building. I do not have the numbers of specifically Salsala CDPO, but I can provide it to the honorable member. But I can inform the House that out of the 6,188, the water supply is there in 1,271, and the toilets are there in 561. Okay, I got the reply now. So I can tell you that in Silsila, there are 299 and owned are 211 and rented buildings are 27.
Speaker, sir, in my question, I asked whether all these rented or government buildings, whether all of them have a kitchen facility.
Sir, specifically kitchens, rooms, the details are not there, sir. But in all of these Anganwadi centers, since the hot cooked meal is being provided in the Anganwadi centers, so there is a cooking place. And so the definition of kitchen, if it means a cooking space where the food can be cooked, if that is a definition, then yes, there is a space to cook food. But if there is a separate building for kitchen, so that detailed information is not there. But as I said, since we are already have mentioned in the reply that we are providing hot cooked meal, therefore the facility to cook the food and prepare the food is there in the Anganwadi centers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why I asked specifically about the kitchen is, as serving the hot cooked food is the most important part of providing nutrition to the children. So it is a very important thing that all the Anganwadi centers do have a functional kitchen. So I would, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would request the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to kindly have a look that all the Anganwadi centers across the state should have a permanent kitchen facility. And again, Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, my second supplementary question would be, as I could see during the course of his reply from the Honorable Chief Minister that construction of Anganwadi centers is being taken up. So, whether there is any time-bound plan of completion of these buildings, and if yes, what is the time frame that these rented or temporary Anganwadi buildings will be government owned?
So just to clarify to the Honorable Member and to the House, that these are two separate issues, so that people understand very clearly, sir. So the rented and the temporary buildings is one issue, and construction of Anganwadi centers in government or community-owned locations is a second issue. So they're not the same. Now let me clarify, sir. In terms of the rented buildings and the temporary locations that we have, the reason that we had to go ahead with those temporary locations is because we did not find land. This could mostly be in urban areas where it is very difficult to find land, and hence temporary buildings are being used and we are paying rent for those, sir. So therefore, the investments are not being made to construct a new building, but wherever repair is required, since it is not a government-owned asset, nor is it community-owned, there is obviously not investment made by us in the manner in which we are making in the other locations. So part B is that now there are still, out of the 6,188 centers, so there are 2,148 48 centers where the new building construction and renovation is taking place. Out of these 2,148, 1,670 have already been completed. And the rest that is left, we will be adding and we will be completing them very shortly, sir. This project, in fact, approximately about 83 crores has been sanctioned for this. And you'll be happy to know, sir, that this money is coming from externally aided projects. So this is an early childhood development project, and we are using the funds from there in convergence with MG and REGS. So the material component is coming from the early childhood development, and the other manpower and the other aspects are coming in from the MG and REGS, and we are converging. So it's a very efficient way of actually implementing. And as I said, we have completed 1,670. And very shortly, sir, we should be able to complete the rest of the 2,148. And I again reiterate, sir, this is not for the buildings that are on rent. So the 6,666 ones which are under rented, so they are owned by somebody else. Government is not spending money to improve that infrastructure. But as I said, as and when required, if there is a need, we talk to the concerned tenant, the landlord who owns the building, and we figure out how to improve it. And main reason why we're not getting space there is because there's no land, sir. And in most of the cases, it is in urban areas. And there's a huge challenge for government to buy land. And community also in those areas is not having land. So that is a kind of fix we are in. But as I said, we are working on that. I'm sorry, just stand corrected, sir. We had, I said 83 crores. It's 64 crores, sir. So 64 crores has been spent on it. And 83 crores is the total budget additional. So the rest of the money will be used for the rest of the upgradation that is going on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as a representative, we get numerous complaints regarding the quality and the timely supply of nutrition to the children. So, may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, what are the mechanisms that are in place to monitor the quality of food that is supplied and the timely supply of the nutrition?
Sir, these checks are being done on a very, very regular basis. The exact numbers I don't have with me of how many have been done in the past few months. But, sir, it's like an aspect of the social audit itself. So it is very much part of that, sir, and we look into all these aspects, the quality of the food, the timely implementation of it, and timely distribution. All of these are being regularly monitored by us as department. And if there is any specific issue, because it's a large network, sir, as I said, we have 6,188 Anganwadi centers. So definitely there could be, areas where there could be concerns. We don't shy away from that. But what is important is for us to take the corrective measures once that happens. So I'll be happy if all the honorable members, if you have any concerns in your specific areas, then we will ensure that we take necessary action. But as I said, from the department side, and the government side, sir, regular checks are being done to ensure that the quality is maintained.
Speaker, sir, I thank Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for his assurance. And through you, I would like to know from the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, the status of implementation of schemes such as Poshan Abhiyan and Saksham Anganwadi in the state, particularly in reference to rural areas, and whether these schemes have been able to decrease the malnutrition rates in the state.
Yes, sir. All these schemes today are being implemented at the grassroots level, and I'm happy that the honourable member has raised this issue. So the House will be happy to know that the figures as per the NFHS that came out recently, the percentage of stunted children in the last under 5 in the last 3 years, sir, has gone down by more than 10%, sir. So it was 46.5%, and now it's at 36%. So definitely we are seeing a huge improvement, and this is, as I said, the NFHS data. So the impact of what we are doing today, the different schemes being implemented and implemented well, and being audited and being ensured that all monitoring systems takes place, there is a very, very positive response. But obviously, sir, we are not happy just with these numbers. We want this to be at zero, and therefore we have come out with a very, very special program and a scheme called the 1,000 Days Program, which monitors the child's health from conception to the point where child is, at 2 years old. So there are specific interventions that we have programmed for the child's health at every stage. And apart from what Government of India and the existing schemes are giving, we have decided to go for additional interventions to ensure that we bring these numbers down to zero, sir. So therefore, there's a lot of focus on this. This is maybe one of the major targets and missions of our government, because stunting and malnutrition, SAM and mal children, is something that is of great concern to us, and we're ensuring that that this number comes down, sir.
Sir, my Speaker, sir, through you, my last supplementary would be from the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, that how many children in the group of 0 to 6 years have been found severely malnourished during the latest survey available and the interventions taken thereof?
So the number of the malnutrition children in that age, that exact number is not there with me right now, sir. I will require notice. But as I said, sir, this aspect we are monitoring on a regular basis, and we are ensuring that the numbers will come down. But as I said, sir, if you look at the NHFS data, the numbers have now come down to 36.8%. So if I do the calculations with that, based on the total number of children from 0 to 6, which is approximately 3.3 lakhs. So with that so there's about 70,000 is the number I'm getting, but I don't want to go with that number right now. I would like to give actual factual numbers to the House. It would be incorrect for me to give a guess number based on the percentage and the total numbers that are with me. I don't want to go into calculations, but as I said, I will lay it on the table of the House with all the details. But as I said, sir, the positive news is that the number is decreasing, and the average decrease that we are seeing in Meghalaya is higher than the national decrease, though we are still above the national average. We are very sure, sir, within the next maybe couple of years, we should be able to go down below the national average, sir.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, now this is an issue which still remains as a challenge confronting all of us. I would like to be very specific to my concern, which I would like to bring to the notice of the government and then get the necessary response thereof. Now, I visited a number of times the hospital, the CHCs, PHCs, and every time we see the mothers who were admitted in the hospital, almost more than 70% of the mothers were found to be anemic, particularly in East Garois. So I had a consultation with the doctors, and then the response was that this is usual in East Garois. Usual. Unusual is being referred to as usual. So therefore, I think there is an urgent need, because as we all know, the plant nutrition of the mother plant will determine the health of the fruit. So stunting growth and other things are connected with the health of the mother, nutritional level of the mother, and particularly the level of anemia in East Garois of the mothers. It's alarmingly very, I must say, high. The hemoglobin levels are around 6, 7, that's a fact. And every time when we have this problem, we have to refer the patient outside for blood transfusion, etc., etc. And this is a real pertinent problem we are confronted by. Somehow or other, it's abnormally high in East Garois. So may I, therefore, since we have the whole program supporting all aspects of nutrition of both pregnant mother and the children, see that at least a special focus is probably worked out, strategized to look at this angle and specifically have a complete survey done in respect of East Garois pertaining to the health of the mothers.
Sir, I would like to thank the Honorable LO for this very important point he has mentioned. And sir, the House will be happy to know that in the last 7 years, we have created a tracking system where all the pregnant mothers are tracked through an online system. And this is real time, sir. And each of the mothers, their identity, of course, is kept anonymous, secret. but we know where the mothers are and what the reference is. And we ensure that, sir, we then identify each of the mothers who are high-risk mothers. And most of the high-risk mothers are the anemic mothers, sir. And therefore, not just for East Garo Hills, sir, we have a full spectrum for the entire state, sir. So even real time, right now, sir, in this house, we can go down. I could have shown it on the screen also. It's a beautiful software. It's an online, and there is no. There is obviously the access is there, and you can go into all the details, sir. So the point, sir, is that we are monitoring all the high-risk mothers, and based on our assessment, approximately about 10% to 15% of the mothers are high-risk mothers at any given time, sir. And based on this data, we ensure that we go with very, very specific interventions, and more importantly, sir, whether it's nutrition-based interventions or even the medical care that needs to be given, we go into all of this aspect and ensure that the mothers who are high risk, we take them and put them in safe motherhood houses, sir. There are transit homes where we pay the mother for staying there for 15, 20 days before delivery, so that the care can be given to them at that point. And these 15% of the high-risk mothers, mostly anemic mothers, we ensure that we are providing them more additional nutrition to counter these kind of challenges, sir. So therefore, this is being done, sir, but I take the suggestions given by Honorable MLA, whose constituency also is in East Garo Hills, and therefore I will, sir, personally also look into this aspect. We can do a special study, as mentioned by the Honorable LO, who is obviously a doctor himself, so we will have all the data. So we will ensure that we go into that aspect. I think it'll be good for the mothers, because this again, sir, was one of the first missions that we started. And so the House will be happy to know that today, because of the interventions and very, very specific interventions that we have done based on data input that we're getting and the monitoring we're doing, so today the maternal mortality rate has come down by 55% in the country, sir. This is in the state, sir. And this is the highest drop that has happened anywhere in the country. And this is because of specific interventions that we're doing. But as I said, we need more guidance, we need more support, we need more action, sir. And as I said, for us, we are not happy with 55% increase. We don't want a single mother to lose a life when the mother is bringing a life into this world, sir. That is the motto that we have. And that's the motto with which we are working today, sir. So let me assure the House, we will leave no stone unturned to ensure that all the possible care. It is complicated, it takes time, it's not easy, sir. But we will do our very best, because this is something that we are all very, very concerned, very passionate and deeply concerned about this issue, sir. And let me assure the House and the Honorable LO that we will leave no stone unturned, as I said. And I will do a special audit and a special care for the East Garo Hills district and go into details. Thank you, sir.
So now we move on to the next question, raised by Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, LO. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Reply to star question number 5. 1, sir, the infrastructure required for a medical college is defined under NMC MSR 2023. The details is as per statement placed on the table of the House. 2, sir, there are 179 sanctioned posts for Shillong Medical College as below. Number 1, Director Medical College, number of posts 1. Number 2, Dean of Medical College, number of posts 1. 3, Medical Superintendent, number of posts 1. Number 4, Chief Administrative Officer, number of posts 1. Number 5, Professor, number of posts 17. 6, Associate Professor, number of posts 27. 7, Senior Resident, number of posts 40. Number 8, Junior Resident, number of posts 22. Serial number 9, Tutor Demonstrator, number of posts 25. Serial number 10, Clinical Psychologist, number of posts 1. Serial number 11, Statistician, number of posts 1. Serial number 12, Assistant Professor, number of posts 41. Serial number 13, Chief Account Officer cum Financial Advisor for Medical College, number of post 1. 3, sir, 50 students were admitted during the first academic year 2025-26, sir.
The question hour is over. So we move on to the next item. We come to item number 2. It's a 0-hour notice. Sri Adan M. Basomait, MLA.
Allowing me to raise this 0-hour notice. Sir, this is not merely a question of a tender, sir. It is a question of rupees 850 crore of public money and of the government's responsibility to ensure that every rupee is spent transparently, economically, and in the best interest of the people. So I feel that the government cannot simply say that a tender has been floated, therefore everything is in order. The official tender for New Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 2, Part A, valued at about 850.58 crore, was issued on 31st July 2026, with bids scheduled to close on 28 August 2026. Therefore, sir, I feel this is precisely the stage at which this House must demand answers before the contract is awarded and before the state becomes financially committed. Sir, it has come to my knowledge that the government had assured the Local Contractors Association that tender for Phase 2 would not be invited in one single package, particularly when the nature of works, several components do not involve highly specialized technical work. So if that assurance was indeed given, the government must explain why the project is now being tendered in this manner. So a single massive package can have the effect of excluding otherwise capable local contractors who may not have the financial or technical capacity to compete for the 850 crore contract. The issue, therefore, is not whether local contractors should be given an unfair preference. The issue is whether tender structure itself is unnecessarily restricting competition. So, Madam, therefore, I would like to seek clear answer from the Honorable Minister. First, what is the detailed project cost and the complete bill of quantities? Second, has Phase 1 been completed satisfactorily, and is it presently delivering the water supply for which it was designed? Third, what is the precise justification for undertaking Phase 2 at a cost of approximately 850 crore? Fourth, why has the project been packaged in this manner? Why were the works not divided into smaller, technically appropriate and geographically viable packages? Fifth, how many Meghalaya-based contractors are actually eligible and financially capable of participating in the entire package? Sixth, what steps has the government taken to ensure genuine and meaningful participation of competent local contractors? Seven, what safeguards have been put in place to ensure that the tender process produces genuine participation and the best value for public money? Madam, there's another serious financial question which cannot be ignored. The government has acknowledged that pending bills of contractors implementing Jal Jeevan Mission have crossed 900 crore. If the state government is already carrying such a substantial payment burden, the government must explain how it proposes to finance another project of approximately 850 crore without creating further financial stress. Madam, 850 crore is not merely a figure in a tender document. It is the taxpayers' money. Every rupee must be justified, every process must be transparent, and every contract must deliver value to the people of Meghalaya. I therefore urge the government to place before this August House the detailed project report, BOQ, the Phase 1 expenditure and performance details, the justification for the present tender structure, the financial plan and funding pattern for Phase 2 before the contract is finally awarded. Failing which, Madam, I strongly feel that the department has to cancel this bid and go for retendering in order to be able to address all these concerns. Thank you, Madam.
Shri Marcus N. Marak, Minister in charge, PHE, to reply, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, I'm pleased that Sri Adan Miller Basayumat, Honorable MLA of Nongkrem, ST constituency, has raised this pertinent question on the news item that appeared in the Shillong Times dated 7/8/2026 under the caption, PHE floats for Rs 850 crore for new Shillong Township Water Supply Scheme Phase 2. Under the Rule 49A of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business during the autumn session of Meghalaya 2026. Madam, in response to the questions, I am pleased to inform the House that number 1, the construction of new Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 2 Part A was sanctioned in 30th July 2026 at an estimated cost of Rs 850.589 crores. Number 2, the major components of the work required to be incorporated in Phase 2 Part A of the scheme are as follows. A. Survey, investigation, design in laying of pumping mains from water treatment plant Mopadang to main clear water reservoir 1, that is in Maulin Ray, and main clear water reservoir 2, Umsoli, including betting from reputed engineering institute, PWD rod compensation and other public utilities, administrative charges, 3 years of operations and maintenance, and tools and plants. B. Survey, investigation, design and construction of main clear water reservoirs and zonal reservoirs, including betting, site development / leveling, solar energy system, including compensation for public utilities. C. Survey, investigation, design in laying of feeder mains, distribution feeder mains, including betting from reputed engineering institute, PWD rod compensation and other public utilities, administration charges, 3 years operations and maintenance, tools and plants. D, Madam, survey, investigation, design and supplying, installation, fittings, etc. of pump sets, including RCC, pump house building, backup DG sets at Dam Nonghali, Umsauli, and drawal of power line, installation of substations, transformer at main clear water reservoir locations, Maulin, Umsauli, etc., including betting from reputed engineering institute, compensation for public utilities, administration charges, 3 years of operation and maintenance, tools and plants. E, Madam, survey, investigation, design for approach rods, IoT and SCADA, laboratory hydrants, motorable rods, non-residential complex / blocks, water protection bunds / check dams, rejuvenation of important existing sources, pipelines, etc., including betting, site development / labeling, solar energy system, tools and plants. 3. Tender was invited on EPC mode for the construction of new Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 2 Part A on 31st July 2026. 4. Justification for opting the EPC that is engineering, procurement, and construction mode. EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction mode is preferred for large water supply projects as it places the responsibility for detailed engineering, procurement, construction, testing, commissioning, and performance demonstration on a single contractor. This is particularly suitable for the new Shillong Water Supply Scheme, which comprises several interconnected components such as intake works, water treatment plant, pumping stations, raw and clear water transmission mains, reservoirs, distribution networks, electrical systems, implementations, and SCADA execution through EPC mode will ensure integrated design, coordinated implementation, single point accountability, and delivery of a complete and operational water supply system. 4A, single point responsibility. Under EPC mode, the employer deals primarily with one EPC contractor who is responsible for coordinating the detailed design, procurement, construction, testing, commissioning, performance demonstration. This reduces ambiguity and disputes regarding responsibility among designers, suppliers, and contractors, and enables faster resolution of technical and contractual issues. 4.2, subnumber, better coordination of complex project components. Large water supply schemes involve many interdependent works, including intake/water source arrangements, water treatment plant, raw water and clear water pumping systems, raising main transmission pipelines, reservoirs, distribution networks, SCADA, electrical systems, and associated civil works. Through EPC mode, these components can be designed, procured, constructed, integrated, tested, and commissioned as one coordinated system rather than as isolated packages. 4.3, greater cost certainty and financial control. EPC contracts are generally based on agreed contract price or clearly defined pricing mechanism. This provides the department with better control over the overall project cost, subject to approved variations and contractual provisions. It is also reduces the likelihood of cost escalation arising from interface gaps, repeated design, or coordination failures among multiple contractors. 4, Madam, fast implementation. In EPC mode, engineering, procurement, and construction activities can be planned and coordinated in an integrated manner, and certain activities can be proceed in parallel wherever technically feasible. This can substantially reduce the overall implementation period compared with the conventional sequential arrangements involving separate design, tendering, and construction stages. 4, 5, Madam, transfer of key project risk. Significant risk relating to detailed engineering, procurement, construction, methodology, equipment integration, performance testing, and achievement of specified outputs can be appropriately placed with EPC contractor. If the works are divided into numerous separate packages and allotted to different contractors, the department would face major coordination challenges, including difficulty in ensuring that the engineering designs of different contractors are compatible and capable of functioning together. Such fragmentation may lead to delay, disputes, redesign, unavoidable cost, and time overruns. 4, 6, Madam, performance-based accountability. EPC mode ensures that the contractor is accountable not merely for construction of individual components, but for delivery of a functional water supply system that meets specified performance requirements. For example, in respect of pump sets, the contractor will be required to supply, install, test, and demonstrate that the pumps conform to the required specification, have adequate capacity and power, and are capable of lifting the required water demand to the storage reservoirs. The design of pumping arrangements and transmission mains must be properly correlated with water treatment plant, main reservoirs, feeder mains, distribution mains, electrical systems, and SCADA-based monitoring system. The contractor may also be required to demonstrate treatment capacity, treated water quality, pumping performance, energy and equipment performance, and overall system functionality before final acceptance. For sub number 7, Madam, reduce interface problems. Sir, Deputy Speaker, sir. Reduce interface problems. Under multiple contract packages, the department would have to coordinate several independent contractors, such as separate agencies for the water treatment plant, pipelines, electrical works, pumping systems, civil works, and SCADA. This may result in gaps in responsibility, delay in decision-making, dispute at interface. EPC mode substantially reduces this interface issues by assigning integrated responsibility to one contractor. For sub number 8, sir, suitability for large and technically complex urban water supply scheme. The larger and the more integrated a scheme is, the more valuable single point responsibility becomes. The EPC contractor can be made responsible for coordination with related departments and agencies such as PWD, MEECL, Urban Affairs, Police, and other authorities for permissions, shifting of utilities, road cutting and restorations, traffic management, safety arrangements, other site-related requirements. For example, road restoration can be undertaken by EPC contractor directly through coordination with PWD, and traffic and safety arrangements during construction can be coordinated with the police. This avoids the confusion, duplication, and delay that may arise if numerous individual contractors separately approach different departments for permissions, road cutting, restoration, and related approvals. For sub number 9, sir, defect liability period. The involvement of multiple contractors would weaken the effectiveness of the defect liability period, as all components are interlinked and collectively required to ensure 24/7 water supply in accordance with current central public health and environmental engineering organization norms for urban areas. If multiple contractors are engaged, it would be difficult for the department to monitor and supervise the works effectively and to ensure uninterrupted supply of safe potable water to the public. Number 4, sub number 10, sir, operation and maintenance. The contractor shall be responsible for ensuring smooth and effective operation and maintenance of the system for a period of 3 years. The contractor must ensure strict compliance with the requirement of uninterrupted water supply up to the households, institutions, other intended consumers. This objective would be defeated if multiple contractors are involved, as it would become extremely difficult for the department to clearly fix accountability and responsibility for any failure or disruption in service. Sir, in conclusion, in view of the above, bidding through EPC mode is justified for the new Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 2 Part A, as it will provide an integrated execution framework, reduce coordination and interface risk, improve cost and time control, ensure performance-based accountability, and support timely delivery of complete, reliable, and functional water supply system for New Shillong. Thank you, sir.
Now we come to item number 3, calling attention. Sri Livingston Katpran, MLA, to call the attention of the Minister in charge, Public Health Engineering, under the Rule 54, 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the next item published in U. Nongsen Hima, dated 6 May 2026, under the caption, Taka rupees 217 crore, Q. Ka Jingpin Lut, Jongka, New Shillong Water Supply Scheme. Sri Livingston Katpran, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir, for allowing me to call the attention of the Minister in charge of PG Department under the Rule 54 sub Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in Nongsan Hima dated 6 May 2026 under the caption Daga Aspakat Nyukrul Kyo Kajingpelut Jaga Phase 1 Jongka New Shillong Water Supply Scheme. Mr. Chairman, sir, I wish to address an issue that is crucial to our community through this New Shillong Water Supply Scheme, Phase 1. This project has been seen significantly and repeatedly in the news in recent times. However, if this project will truly succeed, it is important to address some key concerns. Madam Sri Chairman, sir, as an elected representative of New Shillong area, I am aware of the challenges that we face regarding the water scarcity and also access to clean and reliable water. Mr. Chairman, sir, we know that water is one of the important natural resources out of the three vital natural resources that we have, like soil, vegetation, and water. Water is the most crucial. So there is saying that water is life, life is water. Mr. Chairman, sir, I want to address on 5 key concerns. Firstly, I would like to share a few concerns before the Minister in charge of PG regarding the sanction amount for the first phase, which was sanctioned earlier an amount of 553 crores, but now it was enhanced to rupees 770 crores during 2026-27, an increase or enhancement of 217 crores, which is a huge amount. It comes to 39%. So, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to know the reason why in the span of just 2 years, the sanction amount has been increased to 217 crores. I want to know on the matter as to ensure the transparency and accountability. So I need the clarification on this matter. Number 2, sir, as regards the infrastructural development in the area, I have visited the site in June 2026 this year. I found that the road connectivity to Nonghali and also even to the project site, where there is a water source, I found still lacking and need a lot of improvement. And some of the anti-point activities will need to speed up. So I want to suggest also that for the safety of the village community, that the government should install even solar street lighting in the village, especially to the road to the project site. That's my suggestion. Number 3, regarding the biosecurity and sustainability of Umkhan River catchment. This Umkhan River serves as lifeline for many villages in the area, more than 20 villages. We would like to draw the attention of the government while implementing this project to take care of the environment, especially protection and conservation of soil, water bodies, vegetation in and around the river. The government should take up even afforestation in the blank patches in the area to ensure the long-term sustainability and also to maintain the cleanliness of the surrounding area. Number 4, sir, as regards the growing employment problem nowadays which people are facing, I urge government to consider the involvement of local contractors while implementing this project. There may some components which our local contractors can take up. So, by doing so, I feel it is also a matter of trust and community empowerment. There will be a sense of belonging, the sense of ownership, and the sense of responsibility. Lastly, sir, I would like to suggest comment that while implementing this mega project, it's a big amount, so I suggest that the government should constitute the monitoring committee. By doing so, this monitoring team should conduct regularly for the smooth and effective implementation of this project. Sir, I also suggest the government to devise a plan or mechanism that during the post-project period, for the proper maintenance, operation and management of this project for the assets created by including all the stakeholders. That's my humble suggestion. Lastly, sir, since this new Shillong water supply scheme holds a great promise, especially for people of that area, let us embrace this opportunity with vision. Again, that include local employment, environmental stewardship, and for proper management. With this submission, I resume my seat.
Now, Sri Marcos and Marak, Minister in Charge, PHE, to reply, please.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I am pleased that Sri Hebingston Karpan, Honorable MLA of Morong Kneng ST constituency, has raised this pertinent question on the news item that appeared in U Nong Sain Hima, dated 6/5/2026, under the caption, Daka Rs 217 Klur Q Ka Jing Pinlut Jongka New Shillong Water Supply Scheme. Under the Rule 54(1), during the autumn session of Meghalaya Legislative Assembly 2026. Sir, in response to the question, I am pleased to inform the August House that, number 1, the new Shillong Water Supply Scheme is designed to ensure sustainable potable water supply to the new Shillong Township, Maukhanu Knowledge City, and 32 adjoining villages, Umsoli Village, Maulong Village, Mauyer Village, Seisiach Village, Maukenring Village, Lamkse Village, Lumdingsai Village, Dingyong Village, Malin Ray, Maudiangdiang, Umro, Mokasiang, Sijiong, Tenreng, Mapadang, Washure, Umir, Mausharo, Mautumdu, Maukano, Rikso, Solaper, Mawiyong, Dengpaso, Sirward, Kaput, Jeroid, Nongtamai, Nongali, Nongtir Kong, Menriang, Nongkro, including institutions, offices, etc. Number 2, under Phase 1 of New Shillong Water Supply Scheme, the scope of work consists mainly the construction of dam, pumping system, pumping mains, treatment of water only with the main clear water reservoir. Number 3, New Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 1 was designed to pump and convey the water from the dam location up to the treatment plant location. The main components of work under Phase 1 are as follows. 1. Construction of the dam at Nongali, Umkhen River. 2. Construction of jack wells at Nongali, Umkhen River. 3. Laying of MS pumping main. 4. Construction of Stage 1 pumping station at Dieng Paso. 5. Installation of pumps/motors at jack wells and Stage 1. 6. Construction of treatment plant at Mopadang. 7. Construction of approach roads. 8. Installation of automation SCADA. 9. Land acquisition. Number 4. The original sanction of New Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 1 was accorded by PHED/CE-PHE-1324/CON, dated 15 March 2024, amounting to rupees 538.44 crores. Number 5. The revised New Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 1 was sanctioned by number PHED/CE-PHE/1324/CON, dated 26 May 2026, amounting to 772.924 crores. Sir, reasons necessitating revision of cost Phase 1. Implementation of the project has progressed substantially. However, unforeseen site constraints and mandatory design changes have emerged, which could not have been reasonably anticipated during DPR preparation. The revision of the estimate has become unavoidable due to following interrelated factors. Number 1, shifting of dam location. The originally proposed dam site has been shifted further upstream after learning that a landfill is also proposed in the vicinity of the original proposed dam site at Nonghali village. To avoid any further future environmental and public health risks associated with the landfill, the shifting has resulted in increase in dam with overall structural dimensions, modification to overflow and non-overflow sections, redesign of radial gates, spillways, and upstream/downstream aprons. These changes have substantially increased civil and mechanical construction quantities and costs, rendering the originally sanctioned estimate inadequate. Number 2, additional earthwork for jackwell slope stabilization. The upstream shift of the dam location has altered local topography around the jackwell periphery, necessitating additional excavation, earthwork, and slope stabilization measures to ensure structural safety and long-term operability. These works were not part of the original scope and have contributed to the revised cost. 3. Compensation demands from local Durbar Shnongs. The laying of raw water pumping main pipelines across customary lengths has led to formal representations from Durbar Shnongs of Nonghali, Dieng Paso, and Mopadang villages, seeking compensation for land usage and associated impacts. Compliance with these community demands is essential for uninterrupted project execution and social harmony. 4. Requirement of dedicated power light supply. The operational assessment during execution revealed the critical necessity of a dedicated and reliable power supply for pumping stations to ensure uninterrupted water supply. This requirement was not captured in the original DPR, and provision of independent power infrastructure has now become mandatory for system reliability and efficiency. 5th, road restoration compensation at Jeroid village and Dieng Paso. Due to change in alignment of pumping main at Jeroid village, Dieng Paso village, approximately 1.5 kilometers of existing PWD road must be dismantled and excavated for pipeline laying. The Public Works Department has accordingly submitted a separate road restoration and compensation estimate, which has been incorporated into the revised project cost. This is the justification that, because to justify the enhancement of 217 crores, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now, Honorable MLA can seek one clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. I want to know from the Honorable Minister in charge of PHE the time frame. When will be this project will be completed?
We are targeting next year, December 2027, sir.
Now we come to item number 4, short duration discussion. Sri Adan M. Basamot, MLA, to raise a short duration discussion under Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the 10th charter demand highlighted by the Voice of the People Party. The short duration discussion has been supported by Sri Prastravel Marbanyang, MLA, and Sri Evingston Karpan, MLA. Sri Adan Miller Basamot, MLA, please.
Sir, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to raise this short duration motion, whereby we will address and make a submission on the 10 points charter of demands raised by the Voice of the People Party. So the first demand is scrap the Lumpongding project, protect our land, people, and environment. So this is not simply a question of whether one project should be constructed or not. It is a fundamental question of who has the right to decide the future of Meghalaya's land and natural resources. So no development project should be imposed upon the people without meaningful consultation, transparency, and consideration of its social and environmental consequences. Land in Meghalaya is not merely an economic commodity, as I used to say, sir. For indigenous communities, land is identity, livelihood, inheritance, and a connection with generations yet to come. The government must therefore disclose the complete details of the project, its environmental implications, land requirements, rehabilitation measures, financial commitments, and the benefits that will actually accrue to the people. Which is why we demand for a white paper. We would also like to know whether the proposed hotel or project will be managed exclusively by the Taj Group or an individual. Because, sir, the talk is doing the round that an individual by the name of Badir Rai is actually the owner of the project. So I do not understand why the government is so beholden with this person. We have received information that he is doing a lot of works through backdoor and seems to be in every business. So I was told that even the development of multi-purpose event ground at Rongalgre, East Garu Hills, on the tourism department was being carried out by him without a proper valid work order. The government is also making effort to give him permission to set up a liquor factory at Mendipatar, and the land for this purpose has already been allotted. He is also carrying out construction work of Eklavia Model Residential Schools, EMRS, in some blocks. So we feel that the government cannot call it development when the people who own land are made to pay the price of that development. Our position is very clear, sir. Development must be people-centric, environmentally sustainable, and based on consent and transparency. Not secrecy, no coercion, or background transfer of control over land. Meghalaya land is not the government property to be distributed at will. It is the inheritance of its people and a responsibility to future generation. The second demand, sir, is stop harassment of teachers, respect experience and withdraw anti-teachers policy. So teachers who have spent decades educating our children cannot be easily treated as though the entire service and experience have no value. If qualification requirements such as Meghalaya Teachers Eligibility Test or TET are applied retrospectively to long-serving teachers, the government must examine whether such implementations is fair and reasonable, particularly where teachers entered their service under the rules applicable at the time. There has to be a policy that combines quality and fairness. Training, upskilling, and professional development can improve standards without humiliating or unnecessarily destabilizing experienced teachers. So coming to the Meghalaya Private College Act 2025, we strongly feel that this act should likewise be examined with regard to the autonomy of institutions, the rights of teachers and students, and the stability of grant and aid institution. I know I may be asked, why do I ask this question now? Yes, so I somehow missed at the time when they introduced this bill last year. And after I have read the act, I found out that this act is not conducive and indeed detrimental to the growth of education in the state. So we also notice that the government is surreptitiously withdrawing UGC pay scale, which was introduced in the state after statehood. It has come to our notice that many posts sanctioned under UGC remain vacant across various colleges. However, the government has not yet advertised these vacancies. So efforts of the government to dilute the deficit system, which has greatly contributed to the good of education by attracting qualified people to the teaching profession. Therefore, we would also like to demand from the government to ensure that deficit system continues. We would also like to demand from the government, sir, to stop harassing teachers. For example, delay in the release of post-retirement benefits, sending teachers for election and census-related duties. And these duties, sir, can be recruited by many unemployed youths in the state. So, a government that cannot respect the teachers who built our education system cannot claim that it is building the future of our children. And demand number 3, sir, is to ensure clean recruitment, make DSC and MPSC truly independent. So, employment is one of the most sensitive issues facing the youth of Meghalaya. When a young person believes that recruitment depends upon political connections rather than merit, the credibility of the entire government suffers. The Meghalaya Public Service Commission and district selection committees must function with complete independence, transparency, and accountability. So therefore, we would demand from the government to immediately remove people with party affiliation to ensure fairness in the recruitment process. Because we know that there are many members in these committees and even in the commission who have party affiliation. Secondly, sir, we would like to demand from the government to constitute a search committee for the appointment of members of MPSC. The government should also create confidential section in order to ensure confidentiality of these interviewing bodies. And it will also facilitate the government in the wake of any malpractices or corruption to fix the responsibility. So, we would also like to demand the protection of recruitment bodies from political interference, transparent recruitment procedure, publication of clear eligibility criteria. Another demand is disclosure of marks and selection criteria wherever legally permissible. Strong safeguards against conflict of interest. Strict action also should be taken against bribery and manipulation, and the timely completion of recruitment. So we feel that the government must create an atmosphere, a situation where a young person can say, I may not know a minister, an MLA, or officer, but if I work hard, I have a fair chance to pass the examination. So that is what equality means in practice. So we have a case in point where malpractice and favoritism were found in the recent examination conducted by West Giant Hills District DSC. We have with us the proof that what we were claiming is not an attempt to defame the government, but actually it was based on facts. We had brought this matter to the notice of the government through the Chief Secretary, sir. However, to our surprise, we received no positive response. And the letter that we have written to the Chief Secretary is on the 29th June 2026. But, sir, we received no positive response from the government till today. Perhaps the government would like to bury this issue for political convenience. We therefore strongly demand, sir, from the government to cancel the entire examination process and immediately constitute an inquiry. And here is the proof, sir. We managed somehow to get this valid proof, where there are some roll number 14370, roll number 14406, and roll number 14447. And you'll find that in this OMR, this roll number 14370, the answer is only 4 out of 50. And another candidate, roll number 14406, his answer is only 6 in this OMR sheet, sir. And roll number 1447, his answer is only 3 out of 50. And these 3 candidates managed to appear for the examination, the personal interview. We were told that these are the candidates, the supporters of some of the politicians. So therefore, sir, we feel that this is a fit case for the government to cancel this entire examination and constitute an inquiry and immediately investigate into the matter and fix the responsibility accordingly. Sir, the demand number 4, stop job extension to retired employees. Give youth their rightful opportunity. This issue is not about disrespecting experienced officer. It is about ensuring generational fairness of public employment. When retired employees are repeatedly given extensions or re-engaged in positions that could otherwise be open to eligible candidates, thousands of qualified young people may feel that the doors of government employment are permanently closed to them. The government should therefore establish clear and transparent criteria for any extension or re-employment after recruitment. After retirement, I mean to say so. Such arrangements should be based on genuine necessity, specialized expertise, and public interest, rather than convenience or personal preference. So at a time when educated youths are waiting for employment opportunities, government must demonstrate that public service is not an exclusive reserve for a small circle. Retirement should not mean the end of contribution, neither should it mean the beginning of permanent occupation of opportunities meant for the next generation. Another serious issue that I would like to bring, which relate to employment, is the continuous irregular payment of salary to home guards, casual employees, muster roll in different departments, and even in same secretariat. I was also informed that there's no attempt to regularize the casual employees in MEECL, though they have served more than 20 years. And even in social welfare department, many employees are facing the same problem for non-regularization, though they were appointed against a sanctioned post for more than 17 to 18 years of service. So what kind of employment is this? This is the result of the failure of the government to have a transparent and a robust recruitment process. So another demand is about the protection of public land, stop backdoor sale, leasing, and illegal acquisition. Land is perhaps the most sensitive issue in Meghalaya. Any alleged transfer, leasing, acquisition, or alienation of public land must be subject to law, transparency, and public accountability. There must be no mechanism by which public land can quietly move into private or corporate control. The government must ensure proper land records, transparent procedures, lawful acquisition and leasing, protection of community interests, strict action against illegal occupation, and compliance with the constitutional and statutory frameworks applicable to Meghalaya, including the role and powers of the Autonomous District Council. When the KHADC issued a notification whereby preventing a headman and the executive committee that they should not give NOC for leasing a land unilaterally without the consent of the Dorbar. There has been a serious attempt to misinform the people, mislead the people as if the Voice of the People Party is against this institution. However, sir, that is not the case. We want to ensure that community land should be protected, and if a community wants to dispose that land or lease out that land, members of the community in that locality or in that village should be taken into consideration. So if land belongs to the public or is protected under the applicable customary and legal framework, who gave anyone the authority to dispose of it behind the people's back? I remember when we debated in this August House at the time when they introduced this investment bill, which has become an act. So I raised an amendment demanding from the government to withdraw that provision, where in that provision it was mentioned for the creation of land banks. And the government ultimately accepted and withdrawn the provision for the creation of land banks. However, sir, it is very sad to say that the withdrawal of this creation of land bank from this act is only to be created through backdoor. Everywhere you will go, you will be informed that some individuals, they are busy finding huge tracts of land to buy, which they will ultimately sell to the government. So this is a very serious issue, sir, which we feel that such practice should be stopped, and in case of any requirement for land development or for any project, the people of those villages or locality should be taken into consideration. Development cannot become an excuse for land alienation, sir. We know that once land is lost, money cannot buy it back. And once community rights are surrendered, generation may pay the price. So, number 6, secure Meghalaya, stop illegal influx, and protect border communities. Why we decide to raise this issue? Because we know that there is an ongoing influx in the border areas, especially in the West Khas Hills district. So border security is not merely a national security issue. It also a question of livelihood, demographic stability, law and order, and protection of vulnerable border communities. The government, therefore, must strengthen border management through better coordination between the state administration, police, border agencies, and the union government. There should be effective border surveillance, proper documentation and verification, stronger intelligence gathering, protection of vulnerable border areas of villages, better infrastructure and border communities, and firm action against trafficking, smuggling, and other illegal activities. The objective should be to identify persons who are unlawfully entering or residing in the border areas. Border communities should not be left to carry the burden of an issue that requires coordinated action by the entire state machinery. So another demand is to stop coke and cement plant to protect environment and public health. So Meghalaya cannot sacrifice its forests, rivers, agricultural land, and public health in the name of industrialization. The question is not whether Meghalaya needs economic development. Of course, it does. The question is what kind of development we are willing to accept. Industries must comply with environmental laws, pollution control requirements, land use conditions, and public health safeguards. Existing illegal or non-compliant plans must face appropriate enforcement action. The government should also conduct rigorous monitoring of air pollution, water contamination, dust and particles emission, impact on agricultural land, forests, and biodiversity, health impact on nearby communities, and compliance with environmental clearance. We must reject the false choice between environment and development. The real choice is between responsible development and destructive development. So therefore, we demand from the government that the government should cancel the public hearing conducted at Loom Sermon for establishing Shri Cement because it was not done in a democratic and transparent manner. We fail to understand why the government is so hell-bent to facilitate Shri Cement to set up its plant. This government, with due respect, has been known as a government that promotes outsiders. So a factory can be rebuilt, a poisoned river, destroyed forest, and damaged public health cannot be easily restored. And the demand number 8, sir, is to detect and deport illegal immigrants, establish a transparent and time-bound process. So as we are aware of the fact that foreigners' issue has taken place since the year 1979. However, it is very disappointing to know that the government did nothing to deal with this problem seriously. The government of Assam, after the Assam protests, had signed an accord with political parties and students' organization, and that accord is known as the Assam Accord 1985, where 1971 was declared as a cut-off year for any foreigners who reside in the territory of Assam. The official record in Assam Assembly and in Lok Sabha indicated the estimate of foreigners, which shows that the estimate of foreigners increasing consistently from 33 lakhs in 1993 to 40 lakhs in 1997. 30 lakhs in 1993 to 40 lakhs in 1997, to 50 lakhs in 2001, and to 80 lakhs in 2016. As per the statement of one writer from Assam in his book named NRC, Turning Hope into Despair. I quote, sir, "There is not a single indigenous Muslim MLA in the Assam Assembly with a strength of 126 MLAs at present. In 2001, Assembly election, 31 Muslim MLAs were elected, none of whom belong to indigenous Muslim communities. It shows that the government of Assam knows the figure of these foreigners that are there in the state of Assam. In contrast, Meghalaya did nothing in this connection. Lately, what happened? What are the steps we would like to know taken by the state government in the wake of severe military crackdown in Myanmar in August 2017, which led to the mass exodus of Rohingyas, where around 7 lakhs Rohingyas fled to Bangladesh and thousands to India. Also, after the Manipur crisis, which led to the moving away of Manipuri residents from Manipur to neighboring states, which I'm sure they must have entered and perhaps assimilated even into our state. I understand that during the crisis, we cannot say no on humanitarian ground. But the question is, do we have a proper record about the number of people who came to Meghalaya for shelter? The government, sir, should establish an effective system to identify persons who are unlawfully residing in Meghalaya, verify their status through lawful procedures, and take appropriate action in accordance with applicable law. The problem should not be allowed to continue indefinitely through administrative inaction. A credible mechanism should include proper verification of identity and nationality, coordination with relevant central authorities, identification of vulnerable border areas, action against persons facilitating illegal entry. We have seen in media reports, there are some people who facilitate the entry of foreigners into the state by paying them 10,000, 15,000. So therefore, sir, action should be taken against those people and appropriate legal proceeding before removal or deportation where required. The government must distinguish between legitimate residents, citizens, migrants with lawful status, and persons who have entered or remained unlawfully. The demand is therefore not for arbitrary action, it is for effective enforcement of the law. So, the demand number 9 is lift the ban on coal mining, ensure equal opportunity under the law. Coal mining is one of the most contentious issues in Meghalaya because it involves a difficult balance between livelihood, traditional practices, environmental protection, and the rule of law. Small landowners and local communities should not be permanently excluded from economic opportunities, while only financially powerful entities are capable of navigating complicated regulatory procedures. The government should explore whether lawful mining can be enabled through transparent licensing, scientific mining practices, environmental safeguards, mines reclamation, worker safety, proper royalty and revenue mechanism, community benefit sharing, and strict enforcement against illegal mining. We understand that if mining is permitted, it must be permitted legally, scientifically, and responsibly, not through illegal extraction and not through monopolistic control. We are not demanding for an unregulated and unrestricted gold mining. We are demanding a lawful framework in which the small miner is not crushed by the system while the powerful find a way around it. And number 10, sir, the demand is to lift the ban on stone and sand mining, protect livelihoods through sustainable regulation. Stone and sand are essential to construction and infrastructure. A blanket restriction, if not accompanied by a workable legal alternative, can create serious consequences for workers transporters, contractors, local communities, and consumers. But environmental protection cannot be ignored either. The solution should therefore be regulated and sustainable extraction rather than either complete prohibition or unrestricted exploitation. The government should identify scientifically suitable mining areas, establish carrying capacity limits, regulate extraction, prevent mining in ecologically sensitive zones, and ensure restoration of degraded areas. There must also be strict action against illegal extraction and transportation. The objective should not be to create a system where people can earn. The objective should be to create a system where people can earn a livelihood, government can collect legitimate revenue, construction can continue, and the environment remains protected. The choice is not between livelihood and environment. The responsibility of the government is to protect both. So these 10 demands are not 10 isolated political slogans. They represent 10 tests of governance. They test whether the government will protect our land, respect our teachers, give our youth a fair chance, protect public property, secure our borders, safeguard our environment, enforce the law, and protect the livelihood of our people. We are not opposed to development. We are opposed to development without accountability. We are not opposed to industry. We are opposed to industry that destroys our environment and compromises public health. We are not opposed to mining. We are opposed to illegal and unregulated mining. We are not opposed to investment. We are opposed to investment that comes at the cost of the rights of our people. The government must understand one fundamental truth. Meghalaya is not only a territory to be administered, but a homeland to be protected. Our land is not for sale. Our environment is not expendable. Our youth cannot be kept waiting. Our teachers cannot be humiliated. Our recruitment system cannot be compromised. Our borders cannot be ignored. And the law cannot be selectively applied. Therefore, these 10 demands are not demands for political favor. They are demands for justice, transparency, accountability, and responsible governance. Let the government choose its side, the side of opacity and privilege, or the side of the people of Meghalaya. So with these few words, sir, I would once again thank you for giving me this opportunity to raise these 10 points, Charter of Demand of the Voice of the People Party. Thank you, sir.
Anyone willing to participate? Yes, though it is a short duration discussion, it's become a long, short duration discussion. Anyway, I'll give you some time, but would you please, Bakar Pran, if you can, could be please be brief.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in this demands as raised by our honorable member from Nakam, Ba'adan M. Saimoy. He has dwelt at length all the 10 demands. So only one point I would like to impress on the comment. So thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to take part in this short duration discussion under the Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the 10 Charter demand highlighted by VPP, honorable member from Nakam. So this House do discuss the problem faced by local small-scale sand and stone miners. So as a people representative, I feel that it is our responsibility to safeguard both the environment and also the livelihood of the people. So the issue at hand presents a delicate balance that requires our immediate attention and action. We find that the local small-scale miners sand and stone miners play a vital role in our economy, providing materials for construction as well as for our infrastructural development. However, their operations often come with environment consequences that cannot be ignored. Sir, mining of sand and stone can lead to the habitat destruction, then the water erosion, even air pollution, and also soil erosion, posing significant threats to our environment and also our public health as well. Sir, it is imperative that we find a way forward to ensure that sustainability of mining activities while mitigating the environment impact. To achieve this, I urge upon the government to adopt comprehensive policies that strike a balance between environment protection and needs of local miners. These policies should include measures to promote sustainable mining practices such as reclamation and rehabilitation. At the same time, sir, I want to remind that since our state falls under 6th schedule of the Constitution of India, the government should come up with clear policy so that the central policy should not come into effect in our state, upholding the spirit of our federal structure of the country. Sir, I urge the government that to ease out this problem so that our small miners will not be suffered. With the banning on mining, many of our workers have lost their only source of income. And even the truck drivers also, and also workers have been affected because of this. Families that once relied on daily wages from stone mining or sand mining are now struggling. So I urge the government that whether it is in touch with Government of India, Ministry of Forest and Environment to discuss this issue or not, what steps the government has taken to ease out this issue, whether the government has reviewed this matter or not. With this submission, I to my seat, sir.
So if there are no other participants, Chief Minister, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to reply to the short duration discussion tabled by Honorable Member from Nongkrem, supported by Honorable Member from Meghalaya and Honorable Member from Morangkaneng, on the 10-point charter of the Voice of the People Party. So the issues raised in the charter merit a careful examination of both the facts and the actions taken by the government. I would therefore like to place before this august House the factual position on each matter and the steps undertaken by the government. And the records will show that every action has been taken within the framework of the Constitution, the laws of the land, and the directions of the competent authorities, while keeping the welfare of the people of Meghalaya at the forefront. Sir, I will go through the points, may not be in the sequence that they have mentioned earlier, but I will go as per the points that have been put in front of me, but I will cover all the 10 points. I do request, sir, if I be allowed to reply without any interference. And obviously, I would request if the members can be present throughout my reply. So the first issue which I would like to address is the depoliticization of the recruitment under the MPSC and the DSC. Sir, it must be placed on record that the independence of the MPSC from political interference is not a matter left to executive discretion. It is a constitutional guarantee. The chairman and members of the commission are appointed by the governor under Article 316 of the Constitution of India. Under Rule 4 and 5 of the MPSC Regulations, 1972, the commission consists of a chairman and 4 members holding office for a term of 6 years or until attaining the age of 62 years, whichever is earlier. Crucially, the chairman or any member can be removed from office only in the manner provided under Clause 1 and 3 of the Article 317 of the Constitution, and the conditions of service of a member cannot be varied to their disadvantage after appointment. Further, the MPSC falls within the jurisdiction of the Meghalaya Lokayukta, constituted under the Meghalaya Lokayukta Act 2014. Any allegations of bribery or favoritism is subject to independent statutory scrutiny, entirely outside the control of the government of the day. Now let me place on record the reforms that this government has undertaken. In November 2024, we constituted a dedicated MPSC Reforms Committee chaired by Professor David Siemle, himself a former chairman of the Union Public Service Commission. It consulted the public and we implemented its report. Today, any candidate or citizen can be rest assured that the syllabus, the candidate to vacancy ratio, and the selection process are pre-declared in the advertisement itself. Discretion is removed before the process begins. Number 2, applications are scrutinized through automatic recruitment processing software. Number 3, OMR-based examinations are tamper-resistant and auditable, with answer keys published after every exam, with 7 full days to challenge them. D, the marks of every qualified candidate across the screening test, interview, and the totals are published on the MPSC website, with individual marks viewable at every stage through the portal megrecruitment.nic.in/RPA marks. /RPA marks. E, a public facilitation center has been established to handle candidate inquiries and provide necessary information. Additionally, the grievances cell of the MPSC is available for receiving representations or grievances from candidates through an online portal, rpa.meghalaya.gov.in/MPSC grievance. Sir, I shall now address the concerns relating to the district selection committees. These committees handle recruitment to district level posts under the offices and establishments of districts and subdivisions that do not fall within the purview of the MPSC or the departmental selection committees. They are created to conduct recruitment to local posts close to the communities served, while maintaining fairness, transparency, and administrative efficiency. The present composition of the DSC, a chairperson, a non-official vice chairman, 2 non-official members, and a member secretary, is not an ad hoc arrangement. It has remained unchanged since 1982 and has been consciously reviewed and retained by successive governments over more than 4 decades. This continuity reflects a deliberate administrative judgment that balances official oversight with community participation. A fundamental objective of the DSC framework is to build local oversight into recruitment. The inclusion of non-official members brings the perspective of communities served by the district administration and keeps decision-making inclusive. At present, the chairman and member secretary are already senior officers of the district administration. If the vice chairman and other members were also made official appointments, the committee would become entirely bureaucratic, with no independent community-facing presence. Such a structure may appear streamlined, but it could weaken public confidence in the fairness of district recruitment. Alongside this representative composition, the government has already put several safeguards in place to protect the integrity of the process. These include, number 1, videography at examination venues and an enhanced number of invigilators to deter and detect unfair means during written examinations. Number 2, merit lists based solely on aggregate marks in the written exams and interviews wherever applicable. Written examination marks kept in sealed covers, opened only at final evaluation after the interviews. And publication of written examinations results on the notice board in order of serial or roll number immediately after declaration. These measures have strengthened the credibility of DSC across districts. So while the core principles have remained sound, experience shows that different districts have at times followed varying practices in vacancy scrutiny, examination schemes, question paper setting, evaluation, answer key finalization, interviews and declaration of results. And because of these practices evolved through multiple office memoranda, executive instructions and circulars, there is at present no single consolidated procedural framework. And this has caused avoidable inconsistencies, delay, and litigation risks. Sir, the government has therefore decided, I repeat, sir, the government has therefore decided to introduce a comprehensive standard operating procedure that harmonizes all existing instructions into a single, sequential, and legal coherent framework applicable across all districts. The SOP establishes a uniform, transparent, and legal robust recruitment framework aimed at merit-based selection, equal opportunity, adherence to government rules, administrative efficiency, accountability, and a verifiable audit trail. 2, it defines the composition, powers, and responsibilities of the DSC and segregates functions to prevent conflict of interest. Major decisions on examination schemes, answer keys, results, and selection lists must be taken collectively with proper documentation and approval. C, all persons associated with recruitment must give confidentiality undertakings and conflict of interest declarations. Any breach may invite disciplinary or legal action. D, recruitment shall begin only after a complete approved intimation of vacancies from the concerned departments after approval of the reservation roster. The prescribed sequence, vacancy notification, advertisement, examinations, qualifying test, written examinations, and interview where applicable, and declaration of results must be strictly followed, and the process shall be ordinarily completed within 6 months from advertisement to final selection. Knowledge of local language is a mandatory eligibility criteria, tested through a separate local language proficiency paper on a qualifying basis. A candidate must secure at least 30 out of 100 marks. Failure results in disqualification without evaluation of other papers. And so this is being done also in line with the fact that we have brought the act or the bill to include Khasi and Garo as official language. And it is with that spirit we are continuing to implement this aspect and this mandatory eligibility criteria. So I repeat, for all the other communities who may be concerned, that this is an eligibility criteria, which means you have to score only 30 out of 100. So whether you score 31 or 90 or 99, it does not affect your marks. You simply have to qualify in this particular language proficiency exam, and this has been made mandatory in the DSC. F, the advertisement must clearly disclose vacancies, eligibility, examination scheme, syllabus, qualifying marks, local language requirement, application dates, indicative timelines, and grievance mechanisms. Applications should ordinarily be received through a secure online system with appropriate data safeguards. The SOP guards against malpractice through multiple question paper sets or randomized computer-based papers, independent modernization, identity verification, and attendance recording. Evaluation shall be sequential, beginning with the local language proficiency paper. H, provisional answer keys are to be published within 7 days of the examination, followed by an online objection window. Objections are examined by independent subject experts, and a final answer key is approved by the DSC for evaluation. While applicable, interview marks shall not exceed 12 points. Where applicable, interview marks shall not exceed 12.5% of the total marks for final merit. It also reiterates the discontinuation, and I repeat, sir, it also reiterates the discontinuation of interviews for Group D posts. Results should ordinarily be declared within 30 days of completing each stage, and merit lists prepared in accordance with the prescribed rules and reservation roster. Sir, very soon the government has also decided that we will move for removal of the interview process in other grades also. So very soon in the cabinet, the grade C, the non-technical post, and others, wherever it is permitted and wherever the UPSC is following the procedures, we will be also following those procedures and will be removing the interview aspect in different groups also in the days to come. So the SOP requires publication of cutoff marks, merit lists, and final selection list. A dedicated grievance cell shall dispose of grievances ordinarily within 15 days, and recruitment records are to be preserved securely for at least 5 years or until related litigation concludes, whichever is later. Sir, the government's objective is not merely to conduct recruitment, but to ensure that recruitment is transparent, merit-based, locally responsive, and publicly credible. The existing DSC composition has been retained over decades, because it balances administrative oversight with community participation. At the same time, the government recognizes the need for continuous improvement and is introducing this comprehensive SOP to further strengthen fairness, consistency, and accountability in the district level recruitment across the state. Sir, in the course of the different points that were mentioned, Honorable Member from Nongkrem had mentioned about a particular case in one of the districts. I am to inform the House that the matter is in High Court as of now, and therefore it will not be appropriate for me to respond. We will have to wait for the court's decision, and hence that particular matter is sub judice, and hence I will refrain from going into details of that. But I would like to inform the House that there is a hearing or this case that is going on in the High Court. So second point was stop job extensions to retired employees. So this premise that extending service of retired employees blocks opportunities for the youth is not true. So let me clarify that re-employment of retired officers is, number one, very rare, very, very rare, sir. And even if it is done for a very short period and in a handful of cases. And it does not block the youth unemployment because it is the re-employment, sir, of the retired officer concerned. So the appointments which the honorable members point to are to statutory bodies like the State Information Commission, the Farmers Commission, the State Food Commission, the Public Service Delivery Commission, and the Real Estate Regulatory Authority. These are not service extensions, but appointments that the law prescribes to be of significant domain expertise and duration of experience. Section 22 of the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016 mandates that the chairperson and members shall be appointed from amongst persons having adequate knowledge of and professional experience of at least 15 to 20 years in urban development, housing, real estate development, infrastructure, economics, technical expertise from relevant fields like planning, law, commerce, accountancy, industry, management, social service, public affairs, or administration. Section 15 of the Right to Information Act 2005 prescribes that the State Chief Information Commissioner respectively shall be appointed from amongst persons of eminence in public life, with wide knowledge and experience in law, science and technology, social service, management, journalism, mass media, or administration and governance. Similarly, Section 16 of the National Food Security Act 2013 prescribes that the chairperson and members of the State Food Commission shall be appointed from amongst persons who are or have been member of the All India Service or any other civil service of the Union or state, or holding a civil post under the Union or state, having knowledge and experience in matters related to food security, policy making, and administration in the field of agriculture, civil supplies, nutrition, health, or any allied field. Sir, I would also like to place on record the details of employment opportunities provided to the youth over the last 3 years. Sir, over 9,000 vacancies have been advertised in the last 3 years. 1,011 appointments were made through MPSC alone. 2,413 police vacancies have been filled through the Central Recruitment Board. 769 doctors have been appointed through the Meghalaya Medical Services Recruitment Board. 1,686 appointments were made through the DSC. So therefore, this recruitments that took place in the last 3 years alone. Sir, I also would like to mention here that there were certain mentions or certain points that were made regarding the appointments that were made on ad hoc basis and the fact that they've been there for 17 years and not been regularized. So for the knowledge and information of the House, the members and the public at large, sir, ad hoc appointments as per definition are appointments that were made on a sanctioned post, receiving the scale that is meant for that sanctioned post. But the appointment which was made on an ad hoc basis, not following the necessary procedures of selection, which means there was no advertisement, there was no process that was followed, and the concerned officer at that point in time, against the sanctioned post, appointed a person without following procedure. In legal terms, sir, that would be an illegal appointment. These ad hoc appointments, sir, continued for years. In 2007, when the Supreme Court came out with a verdict against a case where the ad hoc employees were demanding to be regularized, the Supreme Court gave us two options. Option number one was to remove all these ad hoc employees and go for fresh recruitment. Or number two, to go ahead and recruit and regularize through a procedure, regularize these ad hoc employees who have been working for many, many years. And 2007, December was put as a cutoff date. So the cabinet had a decision, or rather had a choice of removing these ad hoc employees. But realizing that these people have been working while the process was not followed. These people have been working in that post for decades, some of them. Some of them appointed in 1995, 98. And hence the government and the cabinet at that point in time took a decision that we will regularize these employees. The court is giving us a choice. We will take this choice and regularize. And we did, sir. And now through the different procedures, because the departments also don't have all the records. In the first batch, 2,000 names came to us. Second batch, another 1,000 plus names came to us. Third batch, again another 1,000 names came to us. And the fourth batch, another 45 names came to us. So through the last 3 years, multiple departments have sent, sir, we missed out these 5 people. Sir, we missed out these 20 people. So the ad hoc employees pre-December 2007, based on this Supreme Court order, were regularized. Now, why can't we do it for the people up beyond December 2007? So because the court will not permit that. The court gave us an option. Today, if we go ahead and regularize an employee who was not recruited following the procedure, post 2007 December, and if somebody goes to court, then court will question the government as to how we regularized this process when in the first place the recruitment procedure was not followed. So hence it is not a simple matter where somebody says, why aren't we recruiting employee, why aren't we regularizing an ad hoc employee? So obviously we also feel for our people. We also realize that we need to help and support wherever possible. But we need to work under certain regulations. We need to work under certain procedures. And that is the reason why employees who are appointed post-2007 on an ad hoc basis, sir, please, again I repeat, that this ad hoc means sanctioned post, but while appointment was done, recruitment process was not followed. So technically it's an illegal appointment. But we got the option from Supreme Court to regularize pre-December 2007, and we took it. Sir, also there's a lot of issue about master roles and casual employees. Sir, you will be happy to know, and the House will be happy to know, and the employees will be happy to know, sir, that apart from the maternal mortality rate that we addressed, and I was mentioning in my question hour, so the salaries to the master roles was one of the top priorities when we took over in 2018. And I'll tell you why, sir. This is the reason, sir, this happened was because of the regular meetings of Disha
as a member of parliament, I used to go for Disha meetings. And whenever I used to go for the Disha meetings, the maternal mortality issue would come out. The money for the old age pension would come out. And the salary of the master roll would come out, inevitably, because I used to have a public hearing after every Disha meeting. And in 2016-17, when I was having these Disha meetings, I could see that everywhere, every Disha meeting, every district, this was, a major issue. So we decided in 2018, of course it took us about a year to implement, that we will ensure that money is released in advance to the different departments for master rolls. Now, sir, please, you have to remember, these are heads of accounts which we have to release to every department. So master roll is not like one head, sir. Under PWD is a separate one. Under PHE, again separate. Under agriculture, again separate. Under water resources, again different. Under all departments, so about 8-9 departments are there, major ones, where the master rolls are there. And hence, we have to get the demand from them, and then we release the money to each one. Now, this process, sir, has been quite smooth in, say, PWD and PHE and the larger ones, like even in health. It's smooth. But sir, and in the last 7 years, I'm sure you can ask any of the master rolls, things are far more regular than they were before. Not that I'm trying to compare, but I'm just giving a basic idea. The payments are far more regular. And now that since the things are regular, sir, the expectation also is that there cannot be a delay for more than even a month or 2 months. Whereas there were times when there was delay for 9 months, sometimes a whole year. But that is not the point, sir. So we are ensuring that the master roll amounts are released. There could be glitches once in a while, sir. Sometimes a new chief engineer comes in, or a new finance person comes in. Sometimes the files take time. They miss out that particular quarter's amount. These kind of small issues do come up, sir. And we are happy to address them. And we're happy to, ensure that that we take steps immediately to rectify the problems. And whenever these informations come to me, I'm the first one to call the concerned department and finance department to release that amount. So if there are any issues in the master roll cases, sir, we are very happy to resolve it. We have always believed in the principle that every single person working in the government must get their salaries on time, whether you are a permanent employee or whether you're a master roll. You are serving the people, and therefore we go with that principle. There could be shortcomings, sir. I don't disagree to that. There could be, and we rectify it. And if there are any cases where more needs to be done, so we'll be happy to personally look into this matter. Again, as I said, sir, we have a very strong system called the CM Connect 1971 number. Anybody can call that number and ensure that these things are taken care of. So the employment creation has not been confined only to government and public sector recruitment. Alongside direct public employment, the government has also run several livelihood and entrepreneurship programs, which have created income-generating opportunities for the youth and the citizens of Meghalaya, sir. So since 2019, the state government has created, sir, and I'll repeat this, sir, since 2019, the state government has created over 3.6 lakh livelihood opportunities across sectors, demonstrating that government's employment strategy extends beyond sanction posts to enterprise creation and self-employment-based livelihood. So in the last 3 years, about 50,000 wage and self-employment opportunities have been created for our youth, sir. So here I would also like to share, because some of the members had mentioned that that this government is for outsiders, and it's a statement or a feeling that individuals may have, and the honourable member may have, sir. But these 3.6 lakhs jobs that we created, so these are not outsiders. These are youth of our state. They are benefiting today from the economic growth that we're having. The farmers whom we are helping today, every day, these farmers are not outsiders. There are many schemes that are being given to them. These are farmers from our state who are benefiting. Whether it's a CM Assure program, whether it's a CM Farm Plus program, or whether it's the Focus and the Focus Plus programs. It is the farmers, our own farmers, and not outsiders who are benefiting. When the MGMP program takes place, where there are 8,000 of our youth and talented musicians who are today being supported, close to 50 crores has been distributed to these artists in the last 4 years. 50 crores, sir. Which means on an average about 12 crores every year goes to 8,000 artists. They perform in some place and the government pays for it. These MGMP artists are not from outside, sir. They are very much from our state. The 5 lakh self-help groups who are being supported with thousands of crores from NRLM, Government of India Fund, and our own state fund, and from different EAPs. So these are not outsiders. These are women, self-help groups, hard-working women from our state who are being supported. The homestays, more than 1,000 homestays that we have created in the last 4-5 years, and another 3,000 we're going to add. So these are again not people from outside. They are people from our own state who are benefiting. The hundreds of prime tourism vehicles and the prime agriculture vehicles who are getting the benefit. Again, sir, these are not outsiders, sir. These are all people from our state. And hence, when it comes to job creation and employment, this government has put that as one of the top priorities. I keep repeating this, sir, because for any government, and I can share this with you with full confidence, for any government, the number one challenge today, especially in India, is employment. It's not just Meghalaya, it's the entire country. Everybody's rushing for investments so that industries can come up, local industries can be promoted. Why? It's not because they want the investment to come in. It is because what the investment coming in then leads to and creates. And that's why, sir, economic growth and economic policy cannot be just simply seen from one lens. When you see an economic policy and a strategy, you have to see the entire spectrum. It's like looking at the rainbow and just saying that, we just look at the violet or the red or the blue or the green. You can't see it just in one color. You must see the entire impact of what an economic policy and what investment does. And that's why economics and policy making and governance are very complicated subjects. And yes, there are some areas sometimes we find that we're not maybe doing the things in the best efficient manner. We pull back, sir. Our government has never hesitated from taking a step back if we find that we are maybe not going in the right way. And then we do course correction and we move forward. And that's how things happen, sir. So therefore, let me assure the honorable member and the House and the citizens, and especially the youth, sir, that all of these programs, the 3.6 lakh jobs created in the last 5 years, this is for the youth of our state, sir. So next is regarding protecting land and stop backdoor sales, sir. So the statement that public land is being sold to corporates is incorrect, sir. Every acre of land acquired by the government of Meghalaya for public projects has been acquired in full conformity with the Meghalaya Transfer of Land Regulation Act 1971. So the government's process of procuring land for development projects is transparent, sir, and is on record. There's nothing to hide, sir. An expression of interest is called for all willing landowners who quote their own price, sir. And after receiving no objection from all authorities, including the headman, we move forward. So the Deputy Commissioner then holds a public hearing and an inquiry to confirm that the land is free of encumbrance, certifies that the price is reasonable, and only then is the proposal considered. The final decision on purchasing any land is made collectively by the Cabinet. This again, sir, is a very important practice we started. Any procurement of land cannot be done in isolation by any department. The decision is taken at the Cabinet, where entire Cabinet and government machinery is involved, sir. So this is exactly how the land for Shillong Airport expansion and the new Shillong Township were acquired, sir. So the government is following all due processes and is procuring land only for projects that unlock vast opportunities for the youth of the state. So here I would like to state that while we are looking at protecting our land, which of course, sir, this is something which is sentimental and, at the heart of what our tradition and our culture is. So government has always maintained a balance. There has never been a situation where we have bulldozed in any way. There has never been a situation where we go from the back door and get the sale of any land done. Everything is done in a procedure and a manner that is known to all. And as mentioned by the honorable member and the mover of this short duration, he mentioned that the community should be taken into consideration. And sir, I agree totally with that particular aspect. But I would also like to stress that the honorable member and his political party should practice what they preach. So today, you're aware, sir, that there is an act of the Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council, Regulation and Administration of Land Amendment Bill 2026. And there is a clause there in section 16, which says that in section 16 of the Principal Act, the word, quote, after prior consultation with respective Dorbar Shnongs, Dorbar Rai, and Dorbar Hima, unquote, appearing after the words Executive Committee shall be deleted. So this particular amendment is quite unfortunate. And I must say it goes completely against the principle that was just mentioned in this discussion that we are having today. And I quote again, community should be taken into consideration, sir. Whereas in the Khasi Hills District Council, this particular act today is being amended to remove the Rangbashnongs, remove the Raid as well as the Hima from this entire procedure of participation, sir. So where is the fairness? Where is the fairness? And sir, when we talk about ensuring that there must be a system of transparency, that there must be a procedure in which all the different aspects are involved. Sir, our forefathers had that sight, had that vision. They knew that this must be done. And that is why today, sir, we have traditional institutions and setups. We have Rangbashnongs, we have the Rai, and we have the Hima, precisely to ensure that multiple checks and balances are there in our traditional system. And this system has been followed for decades and centuries, sir, I must say. And therefore, I urge, sir, that maybe this particular demand that is there, I would like to put this demand back to VPP. And I would like to also put my charter of demand on VPP to the KHADC and tell them that please practice what you preach. Please involve the traditional institutes. Please ensure that community is not left behind. I think that is very, very important. I totally agree with what the honorable member has mentioned, sir. So the next point is the securing of secure Meghalaya by stopping illegal influx. So for over 50 years, the border issue was left at status quo. In March 2022, this government signed an MOU with the government of Assam and resolved 6 of the 12 areas of differences. Tarabari in West Khasi Hills, Gizang West Khasi Hills, Hahim in West Khasi Hills, Boklapara, Khanapara, and Ratachera. Sir, these are not easy decisions. These are not simple decisions. So they are very, very complicated and vexed decisions. But the government has ensured that we strengthen the border security by ensuring that our land is protected at the border area. So with utmost, respect to all the past governments, we have seen how complicated this was, and hence for many, many decades, we could not move forward in this issue. But realizing the challenge and always maintaining that principle in our hearts. So we have a very strong principle we always believe. And that principle is that there is a purpose of why we are here today. There is a reason why God has given us this opportunity. And we will ensure that we do everything in our capacity to resolve problems that could not be resolved in the past, to do things that decades later, 50 years later, people will look back and say that it was this government that did these works. And this is that principle that drives us even today to take some of the toughest decisions that we have taken. I'm sure, sir, I don't want to list all the decisions, but they have been very tough for us. But we did it with that simple principle that we are here to make a difference. Sir, along the Indo-Bangladesh and interstate border, 18 anti-infiltration checkposts and check gates. Sorry, I just have some water. A railway facilitation center and a land custom station have been established, sir. So district special squads have also been stationed at the headquarters of all 12 districts to conduct extensive anti-infiltration drives. So border management is a security function undertaken in close coordination between the state and the BSF. The BSF being stationed near the international border serves as the first line of defense, while the state police deployed at nearby police stations, outposts and checkposts provide the second line of defense. Surveillance is maintained through regular joint patrolling and NACA checking along the international borders. Electronic surveillance equipments, including high-density lights, has also been installed at strategic locations to deter illegal intrusion. To strengthen the detection of illegal infiltration and regularly monitor anti-infiltration measures, the government has constituted 12 district task forces for the detection of Bangladeshi nationals. These task forces undertake regular checking and special drives. Surprise checks are also conducted once every month by joint teams comprising a magistrate, personnel of district police force, and staff of the infiltration branch. A state-level committee headed by the Principal Secretary or Secretary Home, Political, has been constituted to identify foreigners residing illegally in the state. The committee is mandated to identify foreigners who have overstayed since 1st of January 2011 and submit monthly reports to the Ministry of Home Affairs. In addition, a lead intelligence agency mechanism with the Border Security Forces as the nodal authority conducts regular coordination meetings with the Meghalaya Police, Central Paramilitary Forces, and Central Intelligence Agencies. Nokmas, headmen, and village defense parties in border villages have been actively engaged in strengthening border security. Regular awareness programs on cross-border crime and national security are conducted at the police station and outpost levels. Senior officers of the border district also visit border villages regularly to understand the difficulties faced by residents, and on several occasions have stayed overnight in these villages to build confidence among the local communities. So I also would like to add that very recently we have revisited the village defense party scheme that is there. And we have enhanced the scheme and figured out mechanisms in which we can engage even more constructively with the village defense parties to ensure that different equipments, wherever necessary, different technologies, and obviously financial support be given, especially in very, very sensitive zones, sir. So this process also has started. About a year back, we revisited this whole thing. And I'm happy to inform the House that we have made considerable steps forward. But of course, it's a very large exercise, so we need to continue doing that. But the process is on today to engage with our villagers, because they are the best source of intel information to us that can come at, immediately on a real-time basis. So along the interstate border, regular alerts have been issued to districts sharing boundaries with Assam. directing them to put in place appropriate preventive measures against illegal entry, particularly in view of the recent eviction drive in Assam. Effective checking is being carried out along national highways and internal roads with the support of village headmen and village defense parties. Apart from infiltration from Bangladesh, the state also faces the entry of persons of doubtful citizenship from Assam, Tripura and West Bengal, who claim to be residents of those states. Such people are sent back directly from the place of detection. Sir, to safeguard the demographic structure and the interest of the indigenous inhabitants of the state, the government enacted the Meghalaya Residents Safety and Security Act 2016. District task forces have been constituted in all the 12 districts under the Act, and an online application was launched in September 2022 in collaboration with NIC. To date, 966 localities, 561 sub-localities, 1,653 landlords, and 5,042 tenants have been registered. This represents an increase from the figure placed before the House in February 2026, with only 817 localities, 427 sub-localities, 1,110 landlords, and 3,297 tenants had been registered. So the government has also implemented the Meghalaya Identification, Registration, Safety and Security of Migrant Workers Act, which requires migrant laborers intending to work in the state to register with the Labour Department. So in this matter also, I would like to further mention that the facilitation center in Umling area the work is under process. We are working towards ensuring that we make it functional at the earliest. And we'll ensure that all the tourists coming in, whatever support required, including, we have already mentioned this, there will be a food court also there. But along with the food court, there will be a facilitation center for our tourists. And there will be a similar thing which we will do in the Ratachera border side also, where a facilitation center is proposed. And we are going to move on that line also. And at the same time, sir, even in different parts of the state, the same process will be followed. For the Meghalaya Identification Registration of Migrant Workers Act 2020, so the rules have been finalized, and there were certain aspects of the rules which needed to be discussed after the amendment, and those discussions have taken place. And tomorrow in the cabinet, we will be passing those rules, and once those rules are passed, then we will be effectively able to implement all the provisions of this particular act. So the state border headquarters continues to issue regular alerts to the border districts, while local communities have been mobilized to promptly report instances of illegal entry to the authorities. So the next issue, the stop coke and cement plants. So the process of detection and demolition of illegal units is an ongoing activity being conducted by the Meghalaya State Pollution Control Board in conformity with all existing environmental laws. We are detecting coke plants operating without clearance and have abolished them. During phase 1 in July 2023, 44 plants were demolished, including 39 units in West Khasi Hills and 5 units in East Khasi Hills. During phase 2 in 2025, 28 demolitions were executed, including 17 units in West Khasi Hills and 11 units in East Jente Hills. And hence, sir, we are taking prompt action, and as I said, we have demolished over 72 plants in the last 3 years. So 11 cement plants across East Jente Hills have been inspected, sir. Their pollution control devices are linked to online monitoring. And the setting up of cement plants is strictly regulated through various rigorous environmental clearances under Environment Protection Act and through public hearing, etc. Sir, as mentioned by the mover of this particular short discussion, that the industries must comply. And that is again the principle that we also follow. And therefore, in every aspect, to ensure that we balance between development, economic development, and environment and ecology, laws are in place. And those laws must be complied to. And those who do not follow those laws and do not comply to it, action again is taken as per the provisions in the Act itself. And as I said, this government has never shied away. We have demolished 72 illegal coke plants in the last 3 years. And the message is quite clear and strong that anybody who will not follow the procedures, action will be taken against them as per law. So the establishment and operation of coke and cement plants are not permitted without obtaining the requisite statutory permissions, including consent to establish and consent to operate from the board, wherever applicable, along with other approvals required under prevailing environmental laws. In view of the above, sir, the government remains committed, as I mentioned, to ensuring that all industrial activities are carried out in compliance with environmental laws and statutory requirements. Regulatory inspections, regular inspections, continuous monitoring, and strict enforcement actions against violations will continue to protect environmental quality and public health in the state. Detect and deport illegal immigrants. So the state government has already put in place systems to tackle concerns regarding illegal immigration. Under the Meghalaya Resident Safety and Security Act 2016, verification is underway and 817 localities and 427 sub-localities in East Khasi Hills stand registered to date. The Anti-Infiltration Directorate is the nodal agency in the state for the detection and deportation of illegal immigrants, and the procedure is followed as per the directives of the Ministry of Home Affairs. From 2021 till date, 736 foreign nationals staying illegally in the state have been detected and prosecuted, and 262 have been deported after completing their sentence and obtaining travel permits from their respective missions. These figures reflect the firm commitment to uphold the rule of law and safeguard the state's security and demographic integrity. In view of the measures already in place, the government remains committed to ensuring that detection, verification, and deportation of illegal immigrants are carried out in accordance with the law and established procedures. Continuous monitoring, interagency coordination, and regular enforcement actions will continue to strengthen border management and maintain public order in the state. Lift the ban on coal mining. So the ban imposed by the National Green Tribunal in 2014 on unregulated coal mining had a significant impact on Meghalaya's coal-dependent communities, affecting the livelihood of thousands of traditional miners and their families. At the same time, it brought into focus the need to address concerns related to unsafe mining practices, environmental protection, and regulatory compliance. The Honorable Supreme Court, in its judgment in Civil Appeal number 10,720 of 2019, directed that all coal mining activities in Meghalaya must be undertaken strictly in accordance with the Mines and Mineral Development and Regulation Act 1957, the Mines Act 1952, and the Environment Protection Act 1986, and carry out coal mining operations. As per the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court in Meghalaya, which is governed by the provisions of the 6th Schedule to the Constitution of India, private and community landowners possess both surface and subsoil rights. It recognized that the tribal land ownership owns not only the land, but also the minerals beneath it. So this judgment in itself is a very, very strong and powerful validation of our traditional rights. And this order of the Supreme Court, sir, cannot be just seen from the coal ban perspective, but it gives overall arching right to the landowners in line with our traditional culture and our belief and our ownership, that not just the land, the surface, but even the subsoil rights belong to the landowner. And this, sir, is, I must say, a very, very historic judgment that the Supreme Court gave in favor of the state and the people of Meghalaya. So accordingly, such landowners may lease out their lands to eligible persons for the purpose of coal mining, subject to the applicable laws, rules, and regulatory requirements. In compliance with the directions of the Honorable Supreme Court and to facilitate the transition of safe, legal, and scientific mining, the Government of Meghalaya notified a standard operating procedure on 5th of March 2021. The SOP established a clear framework for the grant of prospecting licenses and mining leases for coal, thereby enabling a gradual shift from unregulated mining practices to a regulated and sustainable mining regime. As on date, previous approvals for prospecting licenses for 30 blocks and for mining lease of 12 blocks have been granted by the Ministry of Coal. Furthermore, coal production has commenced in 3 coal blocks. One of the key challenges in expanding scientific coal mining in Meghalaya is the regulatory requirement of a minimum 100-hectare area for the grant of mining leases. This requirement possesses significant difficulties for small miners, many of whom do not possess land holdings of the prescribed size. In addition, the approval processes involving central government authorities can be time-consuming and complex. So the state government has acknowledged these challenges and has taken up the matter with Government of India and continues to pursue measures to facilitate greater participation of small miners in lawful and scientific mining activities. In response, the Ministry of Coal constituted a committee comprising representatives of the Coal Ministry, Central Mine Planning Design Institute, the Directorate General of Mines Safety, Shillong Region, and the Government of Meghalaya to examine these matters. So the meeting of this committee was held on 31st of July 2026, and several concerns were deliberated. The state government has proposed the following. Number 1, delegation of powers under Section 26 of the MMDR Act 1957, specifically power to grant prior approval under Section 5.1 and the mining plan approval under Section 5.2 to the state government. B, reduction of minimum concession area. C, setting up a project monitoring unit to monitor mining activities in the state. D, examination of an alternative safety-oriented mining technique suggested by a local coal association. So the meeting concluded with directions to the department concerned to examine the proposals submitted before the committee. The next meeting of the committee is tentatively scheduled to be held very soon. I expect, sir, within this next 20 days to 30 days, the committee will meet again. So consultations have also been held with coal miners associations and other stakeholders to understand their concerns and facilitate a practical solution within the existing legal framework. The challenges faced by small miners are being actively addressed through due legal and regulatory processes. The government is making continuous efforts to restore their livelihood by facilitating the lawful resumption of coal mining while ensuring strict adherence to safety standards and statutory requirements. Sir, the point that is mentioned here, to lift the ban on coal mining. Sir, I'm happy to inform the Honorable Member and the House that the ban on coal mining has been lifted. There is no doubt about that factor. So therefore, if anybody is unaware whether the ban is still there or not, so the ban has been lifted. There is no ban on coal mining. The point that Supreme Court has mentioned is that you can mine, but you have to mine as per the law. You have to mine as per the regulations, which are the Mines and Minerals Regulation Act, the Mine Safety Act, the Mines Act, and the Environmental Protection Act. So therefore, I want to make it very clear on the floor of the House, sir, in this August House, that mining, the ban on coal mining has been lifted, but the process of allowing the scientific procedure to happen is a matter of great complications. And the reason it is there, sir, I must share with the House, is because our land holding systems are different from the rest of the country. So here, the government of India and the coal ministry has to look at Meghalaya in a very, very different manner. And they have to create different laws because of our land hosting systems being different. That's challenge number one. Challenge number two, sir, our seams are very thin. It's not like other places in the country where the seams are very thick and you can do open cast mining and you get the coal and you can mine. Here, since the seams are very thin, open cast mining does not become economically viable. And hence, the government of India would have to come out with a special technique to ensure the safety is also maintained and yet the economic viability of the project or the mine also comes out. So we are trying to balance these two aspects. So what I'm happy to inform, sir, the House and all the honorable members, and through you, sir, to the coal miners also especially, that, sir, we have started the process of discussion with the government of India. And I'm so pleased to tell you, sir, that the last meeting that I had with the Honorable Minister of Coal, and I was with the Honorable MLA from Sutunga, who had accompanied me, and our officials were there. And in that particular meeting, the minister was very, very clear. And of course, I cannot go too much into details of the discussion, but I can tell you that much, that he said, find a way. He told his officers, find a way. And we need to find a way because the mines and the people there, the land holding system is different. And therefore, the system that we are proposing for the rest of the country cannot work in Meghalaya. And he was very, very particular about it. So while he formed the committee, I can share with the House, sir, I requested the Honorable Minister that if a time-bound manner or a specific time can be given to resolve this. And there again, Honorable Minister gave directions that he wants this issue to be resolved at the earliest. So, sir, we are very hopeful on two aspects. Number one, that the size, the holding from 100 acres will be reduced drastically, which means our small-time miners will also be able to participate. It may not be very, very small, but it will be somewhere where it is manageable and will cover majority of our miners. And number two, the technique for mining would be something that will ensure that we don't go with the old mechanism, but at the same time, we adapt to it and create the safety measures needed to ensure that the lives of the miners as well as the lives of the environment is protected. And I don't want to go into detail of the technology that is being discussed, sir, but I can share with you that I have had a meeting, you can say officially, but not with the committee officially, but with the members multiple times, including Government of India. One of the additional secretaries of coal is chairing this committee, and I've had discussions with her on this matter. And I have specifically tried to clarify these points from the Meghalaya perspective to ensure that they understand why this is very complicated and yet why this is needed and where we require their additional help for us to be able to find a way forward. So, and having said that, again, I agree with the honorable members who have moved this particular short duration discussion that, sir, there are different activities, sir. So one has to remember and realize that our miners have been doing this for decades, sir, if not centuries. And this is the way that they know. And this is the process that they understand. And they're all from very, very economically weaker, educationally weaker background. And hence they have challenges in trying to adapt to the new technology. The funds that are required is not available to do that. And these challenges are there, sir. At the same time, government had come in, NGT had come in and simply said, from tomorrow you cannot do this anymore. Sir, there are challenges when that happens. Just to share with you, sir, and the House, that in East Jente Hills alone, there are 22,000 mines. 22,000 mines. Even if we work on stopping 500,000 this month, and then we stop them, or whatever we take action, we go and search and find out what's happening and see if there's any activity going on, and if there is activity, we actually stop it. And then we go to the next 1,000 in the next 1 month. We don't know what's happening in the first 1,000 again. So it's such a massive exercise that you cannot imagine, sir. And in the whole process, the police, the administration, yes, sir, struggles in trying to ensure that this entire, as per law, things are done. And yes, sir, I've seen many times, even the opposition, the honorable mover of the short duration discussion, has raised this issue a number of times, and many people in Jente Hills especially, many people who were involved in this kind of illegal activities, because of the voice they had raised that time, the mines were closed, people were caught, their livelihood was removed at that temporary point, and they raised it, sir. And because of their intervention, a lot of these activities stopped. A lot of the miners were affected, were impacted, they lost their livelihood, but the illegal activity stopped. And so therefore, this thing kind of work that we're doing, we're ensuring that we work closely, we try to ensure that balance is maintained, and we try to ensure that the legal activities continue and the illegal activities stop. I repeat again, the legal activities continue, but the illegal activities stop. And we are trying to work towards balancing this entire process, sir. And I hope that we have seen the worst behind us. I hope that we'll be able to transition into something that is very, very stable in the days to come. Sir, the next number 8 point is regarding the ban on stone and sand mining and frame people-centric, environment-friendly laws. So here, let me reiterate, sir, there is no blanket ban on stone mining and or sand quarrying in Meghalaya. Sir, I repeat, there is no ban on stone mining or sand quarrying in Meghalaya. Lawful quarrying is fully permitted, but it is subject to valid mining license, quarry permit, environmental clearance, and compliance with forest pollution control and transport requirements that the law demands for everyone across the country, sir. Stone and sand are minor minerals under the Mines, Minerals, Development and Regulation Act 1957. And under Section 15 of that Act, this state government has framed the Meghalaya Minor Minerals Concession Rules 2016 to govern leases, quarry permits, royalty and transport. Sand mining is further governed by the Sustainable Sand Mining Management Guidelines 2016 and the Enforcement and Monitoring Guidelines 2020. This is regulatory framework and not a prohibition. Again, sir, I repeat, this is a regulatory framework and not a prohibition. Therefore, there is no ban. It is just the procedures that need to be followed, sir. Unfortunately, sir, we have examined all aspects. There is no provision for small scale or traditional mining under Triple MCR 2016 or under the MMDR Act 1957. So the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, has made environment clearance compulsory for mining of minor minerals in lease areas of any size. I repeat, sir, they have made the environmental clearance compulsory for mining of minor minerals in lease areas of any size. So this is where our problem lies, sir. The state government reviewed the provisions of the Meghalaya Minor Mineral Concession Rules 2016 through a committee constituted under the chairmanship of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. And based on the recommendations of the committee, a proposal was submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change seeking exemption for traditional stone boulder mining from the requirement of obtaining prior environmental clearance. The exemption was sought in view of the mandatory requirement of prior environmental clearance for the extraction of minor minerals, irrespective of the size of the mining lease area. Sir, the ministry, however, did not accept our proposal, citing the directions arising from a judgment of the Honorable High Court of Patna. Sir, even now the government is navigating a very delicate balance between protecting livelihood of small miners and ensuring compliance with the legal and regulatory framework. The concerns of the mining community are fully appreciated, and continuous efforts are being undertaken to facilitate lawful mining activities while safeguarding the interest of small miners. Sir, here I would like to add that very recently, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and myself had a meeting with the miners. And we have gone through all different provisions of the Act. Sir, we are examining all possibility. As I mentioned, sir, there are legal provisions within the Central Act which needs to be complied. Yet there are conditions that are very, very unique to our state and to our people and to our miners. And sometimes those provisions are not addressed, are not taken into consideration of the local situation that we have. Hence, sir, we have found some areas. I don't want to share all the details, sir, right now, because we are still in the procedure right now. We are still working on things. It will be incorrect for me to give any further information. But all I can tell you, sir, is that we're working closely with the miners. They are aware of what provisions we are trying to look at. There seems to be a ray of hope where we may be able to figure out some way, but it is still a few meetings away. We are working very closely, as I said, even with the legal department and the AG, and also some officials of the central government, to see if we can figure out a way forward. But as I said, I don't want to give a commitment right now, but I can tell you, sir, that that continuous effort and a serious effort is being made by the government on this aspect. Sir, also I would like to put on record that this government has prioritized the interest and well-being of small miners. It is this government which in 2019 fought for the rights of the tribal landowners, both private and community, and got a landmark judgment that the landowners possess both surface and subsoil rights. It is this government, so this government will continue taking up all issues with central government, the courts and all others to find a sustainable solution to the concerns of all the small miners. I would also like to place on record before this August House that this government is implementing several environmental programs, including the country's biggest Payment for Ecosystems Services program, several highly acclaimed spring sheds and water conservation efforts are being conducted. So I would like to conclude this aspect and go to the next point, sir, which is scrap the Lumpongdeng project. Sir, the Lumpongdeng island, spread across approximately 36 acres, has been totally excluded from the development ambit of the Umiam 5-star hotel. So if you remember, there was concerns that were raised by certain environment organizations. And looking at the concerns that were being raised, in spite of the fact that we had made it very clear that the Lumpongdeng island will not be the main site of construction, but will only add as another area where temporary activities will take place. Suppose tomorrow we want to have a farmer's fair, or even to have a small wedding destination, it will be a unique kind of a selling point where a small stage can be constructed and overlooking the lake, marriages can take place. So it was with that intention to really give it a very unique experience for anybody planning their wedding. We thought that this would be a great way to give that unique distinction where it's not available in any part of the country, and would be the only state and only resort that would provide that kind of an experience. So it really was that thought process that was driving this project of ensuring that Lumpongdeng area would be part of it. but it would not be part of the main construction. It would be only an addition to it. But nonetheless, sir, as I've always mentioned, we are very much open to concerns. We are very much open to all the issues that are raised by the people. And as a government, we always believe that we must take the people along. And hence, based on that principle, realizing that people were concerned about this and were not totally agreeable to the way we were moving forward, we decided to remove Lumpong Deng from the Umiam 5-star hotel project that is there. And so therefore we have done it already, sir. So Lumpong Deng is not part of the project as mentioned, but the Umiam Taj and Spa Resort is on track, sir. And the process that is followed in this is that the land that is owned there by the government, where existing government infrastructure already is there, that is the land where this hotel will be built, sir. So I just wanted to give that clarification. I'll further give more, that the government is consistently engaged with stakeholders and remains sensitive to public concerns. Following representations made by Sinjukki Rangbashnong of Riboy and discussions held with the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister on 20th of April 2026, it was decided to exclude the island from the project. The island has accordingly been withdrawn from the concession agreement, and the requisite modifications are being undertaken to give effect to this decision. So it would be appropriate to place before this August House the relevant facts and developments concerning the project. The state government accords the highest priority to environmental protection, and all projects are designed and implemented in strict compliance with prescribed environmental safeguards, statutory requirements, and sustainability standards. Even prior to the issuance of the tender for the Umiam project, the empowered group of ministers under my chairmanship had decided in its meeting held on the 8th of July 2025 that no permanent structure would be allowed on Lumpong Deng Island. So we had already decided this aspect, that, but I guess there were different media propaganda which showed that construction was taking place in Lumpong Deng, which then made people believe that. But this decision that there would be no permanent structure was already taken on 8th of July 2025. Only temporary, non-intrusive and environmentally sustainable facilities designed using lightweight, modular and sustainable materials and capable of being dismantled or relocated were to be permitted. But this is just to mention, sir, now the island is not part of the project at all. This decision was subsequently incorporated into the tender issued by the Tourism Department on 23rd October 2025 and was made an integral part of the concession agreement executed on 25th of February 2026 between the Directorate of Tourism and Umiam Hotels Private Limited. The agreement expressly prohibited any permanent construction on Lumpong Deng Island and provided that all the new development would be confined to the site occupied by the existing Orchid Lake Resort. While existing forest regulations of both the state and the Government of India permit construction on the Lumpong Deng Island, the state government went beyond regulatory requirements to ensure environmental protection. So I want to put this on record, sir, that though environment procedures and clearances allow certain construction to take place, we decided genuinely and consensuously that we will not allow any construction in Lumpong Deng, even before this issue became. So that's why when this issue came out, I kept repeating that we have already taken a decision not to put up anything there. But I guess whatever the issues were being raised were more, I guess, heard. And therefore, this kind of issue came up. But as I said, sir, since we had no intention, it did not impact the project at all. So we were happy to withdraw the Lumpong Deng Island from it, sir. So the consent of establish issued by the Meghalaya State Pollution Control Board contains an explicit condition that no permanent structure shall be allowed on Lumpong Deng Island. The CTE further provides that any violation of this condition shall render the approval liable for immediate revocation. It is also pertinent to note that the CT is only a preliminary approval and does not by itself permit construction. Any project activity can proceed only after detailed project report is examined and approved by the Tourism Department, strictly in accordance with the provisions of the concession agreement. Additionally, let me address the issue of privatization unequivocally. Under every tourism PPP project in the state, ownership of the land remains with the government of Meghalaya. The land is leased only for implementation of the projects that create employment for our youth. The Umiam project and every other tourism project implemented by the state government have followed due process and upheld the highest standards of transparency. Private partners were selected only after meeting stringent technical, sustainability, and eligibility criteria. Similarly, public-private partnership models have been successfully adopted in several nationally and internationally recognized sustainable tourism destinations, including Bhutan, where such frameworks have facilitated responsible tourism development while ensuring environmental stewardship, retention of public ownership, and job opportunities for our locals. And I also would like to address, sir, that when any kind of these partnerships or these kind of projects come in, there are always a partnership that takes place, sir, and there is scope for that. And therefore, the Taj Group had made their own partnership agreement with whichever partner that they are comfortable with. Taj cannot be forced to do something which they don't want to do. It is their desire, it is their decision. And therefore, this particular partnership on this conglomeration of partners and groups came together and they bid it. And Taj has got very, very strict, especially since this is Taj Spa and Resort, one of the top brands of Taj. So Taj has multiple brands. So they have the Ginger, they have Vivanta, then they have Taj, and then they have the Taj Spa and Resort. So this is the top brand that the Taj group has. And therefore, the functioning, the management, and all aspects, Taj is very, very, very particular, even to the extent of what kind of, different designers or what kind of different materials will be used. There is a very detailed SOP, with just not Taj, sir. Every large hotel group and chain, they have their procedures cut out. And let me show the house that that is how we will ensure that this particular aspect is also incorporated in this project. And let me show the house, as I said, that this is a very prestigious project for us, sir. We are very happy today that all other development aspects also are in line. We expect our airport also to be in line and operational in terms of the larger aircrafts very soon, sir. I don't want to give a date because obviously there are challenges, but the process is on now and we are on track. At the same time, sir, the expressway will come up in the long run. So all of these aspects will make this destination a very, very, very viable, at the same time, a very popular destination in the long run. And we expect that because of that, the footfall will increase. And once we have this footfalls increasing in this area, sir, these people will go out and, and involve in activities around that region, which will be activities that will then further be run by our own local people. And all local economy, the ecosystem of the economy will develop. And that is how, sir, economy moves forward. So one has to understand when economic development is involved, when projects are involved, it is not just the project, but what it does to the entire ecosystem that is there. It converts the entire space into a different economic zone because the spending capacity goes up, money flowing in terms of the tourist spending, in terms of the hotel spending, in terms of the allied activities that are required. All of these activities leads to the growth and the job opportunities that we all are talking about. So here, the honorable member had mentioned about certain groups, saying that, oh, it seems this group has got. Sir, in a country like ours, there are mechanisms. Everything is free and fair and transparent, sir. So anybody who is capable, anybody who's fulfills the criteria, anybody who's able to technically qualify in this aspect is free to apply and free to be participate, sir. There were many people, sir, who participated in this and other projects. And that's how the process happens, sir. And if a certain group, whoever the group may be, sir, I don't want to name A, B, C, D, but there's a procedure. And if a certain group manages to do things better than, say, another group, I think that's how tendering, that's how selection process happens. And that is something, because one individual gets it, other doesn't get it, we try to, shape it and look at it in a different way. So that would be completely incorrect, sir. So today, every single aspect of whatever we do as a government, whatever tender process is there, whatever selection process is there, is all under scrutiny, sir. And everything is transparent, and anybody is free to look into all of those aspects, and audit is there, and so many aspects are there, sir. So therefore, I think I don't want to dwell too much into those aspects. But as I said, we are very clear, sir. We follow a free and transparent and a fair process, and that is how all the development aspects are done, sir. So last but not the least, sir, stop harassment of teachers and withdraw anti-teacher policy. So the teacher eligibility test is not a state policy, sir. So they were mentioning about the MTET. Now the teacher eligibility test is not a state policy, sir. It is a central law. It flows from the right of children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009. And it has been made binding by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in its judgment of 1st of September 2025. So the Supreme Court has directed that every in-service teacher of class 1 to 8 with more than 5 years of service left must clear the TET by 31st of August 2028. Teachers with less than 5 years left need not clear it to continue. So this judgment binds all governments and this House alike, and every action that we take should be within the framework of the Constitution. However, the government continues, sir, to adopt various measures for the well-being of the teachers. Sir, I personally took up the matter to raise the concerns of the teachers with the Honorable Union Minister of Education. The state government itself filed a review petition before the Supreme Court against the retrospective effect of this judgment. And the largest teacher organization body, the Meghalaya SSA Teachers Association, has independently done the same. In view of the welfare of teachers, especially those who are seniors and experienced, the state government is providing for MTET and to be conducted frequently so that a teacher's service is not jeopardized. Sir, I want to also very clearly mention in this aspect that when it came to this particular test, the Supreme Court mandated the TET. Now, some of our teachers had taken many eligibility tests in the past. And so the teachers argued, why are we having to go through this again? And that's a very valid point, sir. So what we have told them is that we have now put up a review petition in the Supreme Court. Now, if the review petition says that the old test which we conducted is equally applicable to this, we won't have to conduct the test anymore. But what if the Supreme Court says, no, it is not? Then we are back to square one. So our suggestion and request to the teachers was, the best way to resolve this forever is just conduct this MTET once and for all. And this is not a marks thing. It's about 158 marks. If I may be wrong, 1 or 2 points here and there. You have to only qualify. So out of 158, you have to get 50 marks, something like that, plus minus. Which means any teacher who gets 51 or who gets 149, both are qualified. So this is not something that is you're going to be judged based on the marks you get. You simply have to qualify. So that is the fix that we were in from the Supreme Court, from the teachers, and from the procedure that we had to follow. And hence we requested and we talked to the teachers. I had talks with them at my level, sir. Closed door meeting, open door meeting, whatever you call it, sir. And we figured out how to move forward, and we explained to them that it's not something that we want to do. We don't want to force you to do anything. But we have a situation here. How do we handle this situation? If tomorrow Supreme Court says the old tests taken are not acceptable by Supreme Court, we will be in a position or situation where then we will have no choice and Supreme Court will say, now terminate those teachers. What do we do then? And that is not what we want to do. And hence, let's prepare from now on to avoid that situation in case Supreme Court comes up with that particular order. And that is the background, sir, of this particular examination. But I'm very happy, sir, that a lot of teachers have participated. We have seen positive participation. Of course, challenges will always be there, but there'll be multiple rounds and teachers will be given multiple opportunities to clear this eligibility test. And we are still waiting for the Supreme Court's order. We hope that will come out in our favor, which will then ensure that most of the teachers will not have to take this particular MTET if the old test taken by them is also recognized by the Supreme Court, sir. So the Education Department has also prepared a category-wise database of serving elementary teachers, recording details of qualification, years of service left, and whether promotion is sought, among others. This exercise is essentially taken to ensure that the Supreme Court's direction should not be applied mechanically to every teacher without first determining the category into which the individual teachers falls. Thus, every effort is being taken to safeguard the interests of teachers while ensuring compliance with the Supreme Court ruling. So, sir, in conclusion for this point, I'm just going to conclude in the right note that it is not something that the state government is forcing. It is a ruling of the Supreme Court which we are having to implement, but we are ensuring that we are in touch with the teachers to facilitate the process on how we can minimize the inconvenience for them. So we are working together, sir, and I hope that we will be able to, move forward and cross this particular bridge and resolve this particular issue. So another apprehension that has been raised in this regard to the Meghalaya Private College Promotion Regulation Act 2025. So I wish to assure this august House that the Act nowhere takes away the service, security or standing of the teaching and non-teaching staff of private colleges, sir. On the contrary, it strengthens their position. So the maintenance of aided college fund, the regular audit of accounts, and government grant in aid, having a clear legal framework under the Act, are meant to safeguard the funds out of which college teachers are paid. The Act seeks to ensure that these funds are properly accounted for and utilized for the purposes for which they are meant. Sir, again, this is a very strong and wrong misconception that a lot of people have, that this government is against, our private colleges and ad hoc colleges. Today's answer. That we are against different colleges and private schools and deficit. Sir, today there was a question in the question hour. The question didn't come, sir, but I'll just refer to that question to share some points about the fact that how government of Meghalaya for many, many years, sir, has been supporting the different deficit colleges, sir. So just to share without giving names, I don't want to go into names, sir, but government of Meghalaya, so I'll just go to the question, sir. Sorry, sir. 27, yeah. No, not 27. No. Oh, so yeah. Sir, the question asked today, the annual grant in aid released towards salary of private college teachers in the state, sir. So this is annual amount. So the answer is 186 crores is released annually towards salary of 1,166 lecturers in private colleges. And just to share with the House, sir, there are some colleges where government, these are deficit colleges, where government is giving close to 25 crores a year for one college. And there are another 3-4 colleges, some are getting 15 crores a year only for salaries. And these are all private colleges, deficit colleges. And as I said, 186 crores is being given to 1,166 lecturers. In fact, sir, the maximum amount, the second question asks, what is the maximum amount a private college teacher gets? So the state government is paying, sir. Let me again reiterate. So the maximum amount, the salary the teacher gets or lecturer gets, one of them, which is the highest, sir, is 46,64,000 a year. Government of Meghalaya pays, which roughly comes up to about 4.5 lakhs per month to one teacher, sir, one lecturer of a deficit college. And that is more than what Chief Secretary or in fact Chief Minister or anybody gets, sir. So 4.5 lakhs per month is given to one particular professor and lecturer. And like that, so there are many others who are given large amounts. So my point is not to bring out the amount that they get. My point is to let the House know that it is incorrect to say that government does not care about them. It is because we care for them and for the education system that we are giving this money. So 186 crores every year. This is not a one-time amount, sir. Every year for 1,166 teachers we spend, and these are not government teachers, sir. These are all private teachers, but government. So we do care, sir, is what I'm trying to say. We do care. If we had not cared, we would just simply stop everything. And we're not stopping, sir. We are, of course, restructuring and we're trying to see how to make it more efficient. Because, again, sir, in the same colleges, we have got a lot of discrepancies. Some of the professors are getting 4,50,000, whereas there are some of the lecturers teaching the same subject, they're getting 30,000, 50,000. So there's a discrepancy there also because they're not under the, under the scale that is being given under deficit. So these are challenges, sir, that are in front of us. Again, I don't mean to bring it out in the House and, create a, noise about it. But I think saying that we are not bothered, I think is incorrect, sir. We are very much bothered. Today, Meghalaya is the only state which has close to 4,300 plus institutes which are supported, private institutes supported by government of Meghalaya. No other states provide that, sir. Where our grant in aid that we give to schools is touching 1,200 crores every year in salary. Every year to private schools, private colleges, and yes, including SSA and others, we give close to 1,200 crores just for salaries, sir. So therefore, I think this notion that we are against education, sir, is absolutely incorrect. If there is any government that supports the education system, especially our private schools and colleges, if there's any government, it is the Meghalaya government that does it, sir. Sir, I also would like to highlight that the Act, sir, I mentioned earlier, provides for the welfare of college employees, sir. So the government has been empowered to frame rules for benefits granted to the employees of aided colleges, thus protecting them from arbitrary decisions. The requirement that colleges furnish the names and qualifications of their teaching and non-teaching staff further creates a proper and updated record of those in service. Any entitlement that are to be given shall be based on these proper records. Any concerns of teachers regarding service conditions can be fully considered and accommodated at the rule-making stage. 5 subcommittees comprising principals and representatives of private colleges from different parts of the state were constituted to examine specific areas, including establishment and permissions, aid, finance and fees regulation, accounts and returns, infrastructure and use of premises, inspection and compliance. Thus, this ensures that the concerns of teachers are heard and considered. Sir, also, when an honorable member who has raised this short duration had mentioned that, the different aspects of the status of the college teachers and the UGC grant and other aspects are being tampered with or are being changed or are being rather deleted. So this also, as I said, is not true, sir. So anybody who is working and receiving the UGC scale are not being touched. I must be very clear on that, sir. They are not being touched. simply because we realize that we cannot change what has already been going on for years, sir. But yes, we are working towards how to make things more efficient in the future. Now, I gave an example, sir, that in the same college, there are lecturers who are getting 4.5 lakh rupees per month. And there are same college, the lecturers in the same subject, maybe they're more senior, sir, but getting 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. So the college also, since it's a private college, desires to rationalize the amounts that are being paid to the teachers. So the teachers and the lecturers who are getting very less, can the college be given the necessary power to then rationalize? That is actually the debate that's going on, sir. And we have not come to any conclusion, because we understand that the lecturers and teachers also want their scale. Those who are on the scale and who have applied for the scale, they should get, sir. But there is also a concern that's saying that now this is a private school, it's a private college, not a government. So what about those who are not getting scale? They are at 1/10 of what the others are getting. So the college management is in a big dilemma, and they're trying to rationalize. Now in this whole thing, we are facilitating that discussion. Does that mean that we're going to cut from somewhere and put somewhere? No. We are only discussing, sir. Should we discuss it? We should, sir. We should discuss. We should figure out and then decide together what we need to do. So we have not come to any discussion. There are different concerns. As a government, sir, we have to listen to everybody's concern. Now those teachers coming in, that management committee coming in and telling us that, sir, can we distribute the funds? So the grant is now given to the teachers directly. Can you give that to the managing committee? And the managing committee will rationalize and give the same to all. Now, is that correct or wrong? I'm not saying it, sir. Neither am I saying it's right, neither am I saying it's wrong. But I'm saying that it is a concern being raised by the managing committee, which is genuine. Should we listen to that or not? We should. Should we give that a thought? We should. Should we do it or not is another story altogether. So therefore, sir, today, the honorable members jumping to the conclusion that that's what we want to do. I want to assure the House, sir, we are in deep consultation. We are trying to reform the system. We're not trying to harm anybody. We're trying to see how we can make things better. Maybe a larger public debate would be good. Maybe public can start discussing about it. Maybe intellectuals can start discussing about it and say what is the best rational way to move forward, and save the unnecessary criticism coming on us that we are trying to destroy people's careers. So we are not. We are not. We're pulled from all angles, and we're being asked to do this by this group. We're being asked to do by this by group. Then somebody picks up one particular statement made and saying that no, they're against the teachers. That is not the case, sir. And I think the fact that it was this government that has finally now given a structured pay to the ad hoc as well as the SSA teachers, sir. An issue that was pending for decades again, sir. And these teachers every year would come to the government, and every year they would be on the streets. Today, because of the work of the education minister, the education department, our commissioner secretary, and all concerned, and the associations, this couldn't happen without the association. For the first time, government took a very, very tough decision, sir. A decision that is leading to almost a 250 crore impact on us.
It is now almost 2 o'clock. In exercise of Rule 11, I will extend the House, sitting of the House for today till 3 p.m. You may please continue.
So there's a last point, so I will not take much time. And it's not that I was waiting for 2 o'clock. I was going as per the points only. So therefore, sir, I want to conclude by saying that about the education, that there is no such thought process in our mind. Our teachers are absolutely one of the most important stakeholders for us, and it is our duty to work together with them to ensure that we are able to take our society and our state forward, sir. So regarding all the other points, as I said, I have tried my best to clarify all the issues. The honorable member has raised many issues, sir, and especially the concerns, sir, I think in general have been that private sector is coming in, outside investment is coming in, and trying to take over. So this misconception must be removed, sir. Sir, for any state, any country to move forward, you need investment from outside. That is what growth is. Investment happens, growth happens when investment takes place. So therefore, we have to get investments. So that's how things move forward. So many questions were raised about, companies like Sri Cement coming in. So Sri Cement today is the second largest cement company in the country. They're the second largest in the country. And they're a very known organization throughout the world, and especially in the eastern region. So a company of that stature today is wanting to come in and invest in our state. I think, sir, it's a great plus for us that we should look at the aspects of all the different aspects and ensure that we get investments like these that are coming in. Now, obviously, sir, when this happens, there are concerns. It does not mean that we are going to bulldoze any concern. It does not mean that we are going to not follow any rules or regulations. We must follow all the rules. We must follow all the regulations, sir. And so, in fact, even in this issue, there are a lot of concerns that are being raised about the public hearing. Sir, in large number of these public hearing cases, in the past also we have seen that apart from the local people who are involved in the public hearing, there is always a tendency for people all the way from other districts, faraway districts, to come in and be part of the public hearing. So the public hearing is meant for the stakeholders and meant for the landowners and the people in that surrounding areas, sir. And these were the challenges that took place even with the hearing of Sri Cement. But at the same time, there were challenges like this happening for all public hearings. And we've seen this happening quite sometimes, sir. And just to share with the House, sir, that we have also decided that since the concerns are there, we have put up a fact-finding committee to look into all the concerns that are there, that are raised in this in regards to the public hearing of the Sri Cement. And we will ensure that we go into all the different aspects and concerns that are being raised by the people. But I think as a larger note, sir, as I said, investment is what we require. And therefore, whatever the areas are there, obviously, as I said, there's a procedure for every aspect. Everything that we do is based on procedures, sir. So therefore, we will have to follow those procedures. One cannot bypass those procedures. So to say that we as a government are just simply going for, creating an opportunity for outsiders to come in and invest is giving the image that we are trying to just sell our land or sell things away. It doesn't work like that, sir. That's not the intention of our government. The intention of our government is to bring in investment, because it is with investment and industrial growth and economic growth that jobs are created. So while we bring in investment from outside, yes, we need to protect our people, we need to protect our environment. There are measures for it. There are procedures for it. And that's what we should stick to and follow. But simply to say that we don't want any investment from outside, we don't want any economic development from outside, and yet we say we want the jobs, is being, completely, you're not having the same, you're contradicting yourself, sir. So therefore, you cannot contradict yourself by saying that we don't want investment, but we want the jobs. We don't want investments, but we want to, see that our state moves forward. So there are balances and checks and balances that we need to maintain. That is what we've been doing. We've been working towards that. And as I said, sir, that yes, there have been many points that have been mentioned. I have tried to clarify all the points. It's a very long agenda that was mentioned. And as far as possible, sir, I have tried to clarify all the issues. And of course, sir, that we'll have more occasions in the future also, if they need to discuss any further issue. And with these few clarifications, sir, I hope that I have been able to satisfy the honorable mover of the short duration discussion, sir. And with that, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. No, this is a short discussion. I don't think any clarification is sought, can be sought here. So we move on to the next item. We come to item number 5, motions. Now we will take up special motion to be moved by Sri Arden M. Basamet, MLA, which says this House do now discuss the plight of people living in border areas. Sri Arden M. Basamet, MLA, please.
Thank you, sir, once again for giving me this opportunity. Sir, I'll try to focus only on what happened in Lapangap, Mausikar, Langpi, respectively, the problems that arises in those areas. So, people living in border areas are not merely residents of remote villages, sir. They are the people who live closest to the front line of the state's territorial integrity. So yet, too often, they are the last to receive protection, roads, healthcare, education, communication, electricity, water, and other essential services. So can we expect people to remain on the border and protect their connection with the state when the state itself is not sufficiently present in their daily lives? So, recent...
No, I mean, you have to first initiate, move the motion first.
Okay, sir, sorry. The text. Where is the text? So I beg to move that this House to now discuss the plight of people living in border areas.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate discussion. I would also like to know how many members will participate so as to, I can regulate the time and allocate.
So once again,
okay.
I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to raise this special motion that this House will now discuss the plight of people living in border areas. And I would like to focus my submission to Lapangap, Mausikar, and Langpi areas. So, as I've just said, that people living in the border areas are not merely residents of remote villages. They are the people who live closest to the front line of the state's territorial integrity. And yet, too often, they are the last to receive protection, roads, healthcare, education, communication, electricity, water, and other essential services. So, sir, can we expect people to remain on the border and protect their connection with the state when the state itself is not sufficiently present in their daily lives? So, recent reporting confirms that Lapangap has again become a flashpoint. Meghalaya government subsequently assured that additional security after farmers reported obstruction and harassment when attempting to cultivate their fields. And in May 2026, villagers complained that farmers were being prevented from cultivating their fields and that there had been harassment and disturbances during the cultivation season. So, hundreds of villagers subsequently marched to the Meghalaya Secretariat demanding protection for farmers. There have also been reports of agricultural huts being burned and crops being damaged in the area. So this means that for the farmer, the border problem is not merely a matter of map or the boundary pillars. It determines whether he can enter his field, sow his paddy, harvest his crop, and feed his family. In June 2026, Assam and Meghalaya government reached an interim understanding allowing cultivation in designated portions of Lapangap without the consent of the people of Lapangap. Under this interim border agreement, farmers from Lapangap are restricted to cultivating in the low-lying fertile areas, and farmers express grievance over being confined to cultivating only the low-lying areas, alleging that the higher hilltops have been forcefully occupied by the Karbis and that they have destroyed all the crops and trees planted by Lapangap people for years altogether. Lapangap farmers are paying the price. Lapangap demonstrates the human cause of an unresolved border dispute, and which is the biggest injustice to Lapangap farmers. So the most disturbing situation is that the farmers is caught between two administrations while the government negotiate the boundary. The farmer cannot postpone cultivation until the border talks are completed. Agriculture operates according to seasons. If a farmer misses the sowing season, it means no cultivation, no harvest, no income, which will result in the death and ultimately loss of livelihood. That is why border protection must include protection of agricultural areas. The June 2026 arrangement allowing designated cultivation, though it may appear to be useful as an interim measure, but it cannot become a substitute for a permanent solution. Another concern that I would like to raise is the concern of new settlements at Mausikar and Langpi areas. So it was reported that new settlement is going on in Mausikar and Langpi. The concern regarding new settlements in and around Mausikar and Langpi areas should be seriously and immediately addressed and ensure that no disputed or vulnerable border areas should be allowed to undergo an irreversible change in its settlement pattern while the boundary question remains unresolved. The government should urgently establish who are the existing residents and traditional land holders. When did new settlements come up? On whose land are the new houses or agricultural activities taking place? Whether the occupants possess valid land documents or lawful rights of occupation. Whether new roads, structure, cultivation or other permanent works are being undertaken. Whether the concerned authorities have conducted a joint verification. So, settlement can become a territorial claim. Langpi is particularly sensitive because the dispute has existed for decades. The danger is that a settlement which begins as an apparently small habitation can eventually acquire roads, houses, cultivation, administrative facilities, and other infrastructures. Therefore, I feel that the government cannot wait until a settlement becomes permanent before taking any action. If the government knows that an area is disputed and vulnerable, why is it allowing the demographic and fiscal status quo on the ground to change before the boundary is finally settled? So, the people of Mausikar, Langpi, and Lapangap are not asking the government for charity. They are asking for protection of their land, their livelihood, and their rights to live peacefully in the areas where they and their ancestors have lived and cultivated. While governments sit across the table discussing boundaries, our farmers are standing in their fields, wondering whether they will be allowed to cultivate their own land. So a boundary dispute cannot be resolved only in conference room. It has to be protected on the ground. If new settlements are allowed to come up unchecked, if agricultural land is gradually occupied, and if our farmers are prevented from cultivating their traditional fields, then the facts on the ground will change faster than the government can negotiate. So therefore, I have 6 demands before the government. Firstly, the government should immediately have conduct joint survey of Mausikar and Langpi to identify all new settlements and recent constructions. There has to be a time-bound verification of land ownership and occupation in the vulnerable border areas. Thirdly, no permanent construction or new settlement in disputed areas until the boundary issue is finally settled, subject to law and due process. Fourth, permanent security arrangement for Lapangap farmers during sowing and harvesting season. Fifth, government compensation for verified crop and property losses suffered because of border-related obstruction or violence. And a special border monitoring mechanism involving district administration, police, traditional institution, and local representative with regular reports to the government. So we cannot allow the people of Mausikar, Langpi, Lapangap to become collateral damage of an unresolved boundary dispute. Therefore, it is the duty of the government to protect the land, protect the farmer, and protect the people who live in the frontier, because protecting them is itself protecting Meghalaya's territory. With these few words, I wish you may see.
Thank you. Next speaker is Meralbon Siam. You can take the floor now.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate in this special motion moved by Shri A.M. Basayomoi, MLA, which says this House to now discuss the plight of people living in border areas. Chairman, sir, this is one of the topics which revolve around each and every legislator, especially representing border areas, be it the international border or the state border. If we look at the demography of the state, it is clearly indicated that 884.9 kilometers we share the interstate boundary with Assam, as well as around 443 kilometers we share with Bangladesh as international border. Sir, let me be very brief on the points that I'm going to state through this special motion. With regards to international border, the fence and the villages it leaves behind. In this very august House, it has been stated that at around 400 kilometers of fencing has been completed out of roughly 440, with 40 to 45 kilometers, which is still pending. Approximately almost 90% plus is completed, and the rest, around 10 or more than 10, is still left. So the reason why it is pending, departmental figure indicate roughly 27 kilometers of fencing incomplete in the Khasi and Chencha region, and about 7 kilometers in Garo Hills. Why I'm talking about the fencing, because directly, indirectly, it will have an effect, ramification to the issue, the plight, the trade, commerce, the economic activities of both India and Bangladesh. So in June 7, 2026, a resident of Lungkhong village in East Khasi Hill demonstrated and submitted a memorandum to Subdivisional Officer Pen Ursula, demanding that the fence be built on the zero line rather than further inside Indian territory. There are many other issues also concerned from the local authority as well as the traditional heads representing various groups, representing to the state government as well as the central government. Having said that, my point is that no Indian village should be left outside the fence, where alignment is unavoidable and must be a written notified protocol. Guarantee gate hour, including emergency night access, all-weather approach road for commuters, compensation at market rate for land acquired, and the standing grievances authority at the sub-divisional level as well as at the district level has to be notified. And where community land is taken, the Sixth Schedule Authority and the traditional heads, or the Dorbar Shnong, the Dorbar Rai, must be consulted before the survey, not after the pillar is planted. So when we talk about the plight of the people, the economy at the border area, we have seen with issues with border hut in India and Bangladesh frontier, where it has been suspended since August 2024 amid the unrest in Bangladesh. Meghalaya operating huts, including Kalaishar, which was the first in the country when inaugurated in 2011, along with Balat and Rungku, which falls in Meghalaya, India, have effectively remained shut since 6 hut has been approved for Meghalaya. Government has stated that the state has submitted multiple proposals on border huts and land custom station and is awaiting the center approval, reopening being a bilateral matter. As of March 2026, the Bangladesh side has expressed hope of reopening closed land port and huts. In May 2026, the Federation of Licensed Exporter of Meghalaya placed before the Union Commerce Minister a list of bottlenecks: delay in consignment delivery, absence of designated entry and exit point, shortage of space, and abrupt closure of border huts, and poor coordination at land custom station owing to the absence of designated authority, which directly and indirectly affect the traders in the border area. So I want this House, through you, Chairman Sir, to understand what a border hut actually is to the people of the international border like Balat, Bholaganj, Shela, Dauki, Kalaishar, or Rungku. It is not a diplomatic gesture, it is a market which links with the livelihood of the people. A resident of the border, international border, listed as a registered vendor, put it more clearly than any policy paper. They live at the edge of the country. They buy their vegetable and fish and other commodities from across and sell their perishable foods across. Close that hut for 2 years, and we have not merely reduced trade statistics. We have removed the livelihood of the people residing in the border area. When we talk about trade and commerce, when trade is closed, it opens the illegal trade, fills the vacuum. Since January of the present year, BSF personnel who have been posted in the border with Bangladesh have arrested not less than 78 Bangladeshi nationals for illegal infiltration and cross-border crime, and also arrested 37 Indian nationals for aiding infiltration and smuggling seizure, including 750 cattle worth approximately in crores along the areas. In July 2026, the state moved to tighten control on various illegal smuggling operating in the border area, where various checkpoints has been introduced to ensure that nothing illegal is happening in the border area. So when we talk about the other initiative taken by the central government at the international border, on 24th February 2026, in this very house during question hour, the government has replied, informed that 92 villages in Meghalaya has been identified by the government of India under phase 2 of the Vibrant Villages program, which now extends to the Bangladesh border. And significantly, that the state has not been given the exact budget or project detail. With the Vibrant Villages program 2 carries a national outlay of about 6,839 crore up to the financial year 2028-29, covering roughly 1,954 villages across 334 blocks in 15 states and 2 union territories, launched by the Home Ministry, Government of India. Nationally, the Border Area Development Program has recorded over 39,000 projects, including more than 3,200 livelihood projects covering huts, market, sheds, tourism facilities, and skill development, which include the areas within the international border of Meghalaya with Bangladesh also. Sir, comes to the interstate border area issues that we have. We understand as had been stated by the Honorable Chief Minister in the short duration discussion about the initiative that has been taken to ensure the border talk between Meghalaya and Assam has to be resumed as soon as possible, especially with regards to the second phase. 12 out of 12 area of difference, in which 6 has been resolved in 2022, where the memorandum has been signed. Sir, it is a welcome process as one of the members of the regional committee from Indriboy district also, being part and parcel of the ground report and meeting people who are residing in the border. Of course, in a vibrant democracy, there is always who are pro and against the decision and MOU also. Having said that, the government is firm to ensure that this issue has to be resolved as soon as possible. As the mover has been stated about incident that has happened in Mukro, West Jaintia Hills, 22nd November 2022, where six people were killed, 5 of them are citizens of Meghalaya, where the National Human Rights Commission also has took cognizance on this issue and directed the Center and Assam to suggest a preventive measure. Following this, government approved border outposts in Mukro, Tiwi, Muriam, Rani Jirang, Indriboy, Umwali, Leda Jabu, and Langpi. And the estimated operating cost of about 2 crore each annually has been earmarked for this border outpost for the peace, for maintaining peace and harmony within this particular area. With existing outposts at Patharkhma, Riboy district, and Kershai in West Khasi Hill to be upgraded to police station, I will urge the government to look into so that to address various issues at the border faced by the people. When we talk about the plight in the interstate border area, the villages fall around in Riboy district, Jirang constituency, Nongpo constituency, and Mawati constituency. We have seen the infrastructure that need to be addressed, support by the state government. The Interstate Border Area Development Program, which is one of the flagship program that has been launched by the government of Meghalaya to address various issues with regards to developmental activities and infrastructure within these particular villages within the area. When we talk about schools, health, sub-center, road, water supply, and other issues, we have seen that 100% initiative has to be taken by the state government, apart from various departments ensuring that social welfare or health department or PWD road and other department for pumping fund towards infrastructure of roads and other activities. I would like to urge, through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, to the Honorable Minister in charge border area to kindly ensure more fund allocation for ISBADP, Interstate Border Area Development Program, so that various issues can be addressed, as well as funds like SRWP, CMSDF also could be provided in due course of time. Residents in the border area face duplicate or contested documentation. Land record also is an issue. Registration of land, ration card, electoral enrollment, domicile, scheduled tribe certificate, issues or question by two administration enrollment, especially with regards to the electoral photo identity card that need to be addressed. As has been reported, there are residents within the border which have dual election voter ID card. But with the process of Special Intensive Revision SIR in place, I hope this issue also could be addressed as soon as possible. Police jurisdiction is ambiguous, so as ordinary crime become an interstate incident, and an ordinary interstate incident become a communal flashpoint. In due course of time, in various areas, like in Langpi or in West Giant Hills, Mukro, or even in Block 2, this issue has come again and again, where people who are trying to take advantage, they try to make it a communal colors in all these issues. So government has to take cognizance on these various issues that has been flagged off. Forest timber, mineral enforcement by one state officer inside territory claim by the other is precisely the sequence that produced the incident in Mukro and other border villages that we have experienced in the past. A citizen...
Excuse me. Since we have two more speakers are there, so we have to adjust the timing. So can you shorten your speech, please?
It won't take long, sir. Another 4 to 5 minutes. So having said that, the issue that has been brought into the notice of the district administration with regards to the citizen access to school, a dispensary, and a road cannot be made all-weather road on the various villages, as well as on the resolution of boundary dispute. This has to be addressed as soon as possible. Therefore, I urge this House to adopt a principle through this motion of administrative neutrality in every disputed sector. Essential services be delivered without prejudice to the territorial claim of either state under a written joint protocol of both states, so that no child will lose a school an opportunity to learn themselves. So in this regard, I would like to put forward a few points. Number one is that with regards to the international border area status report covering both the international and interstate border village by village with population distance from the boundary and the status of school, healthcare, road, water, electricity, and telecommunication should be in place. Number two, publish the compensation position for land acquired for fencing, area taken, owners affected, amount assessed, amount actually disbursed, with a time-bound settlement of areas and mandatory consultation with Dorbar Shnong and District Council before survey. Number three, state the demarcation status of the Sikh sector settled in March 2022. This is with regard to the interstate border with Assam. Whether Survey of India has completed the survey and whether boundary pillars stand on the ground with a completion date. Number four, sir, adopt a joint essential services protocol for all disputed sector so that school, healthcare, road, water, electricity, they won't face any hindrances or grievances while delivering these services. Report the operational status of every border outpost approved after Mukro, Tiwi, Muriap, Radi Jirang, Umwali, Jadubi, and Langpi, including sanction strength, actual posting, and expenditure in Kion. Number 5, the union government press the union government for reopening of border huts and expansion of land custom station infrastructure, and appoint a designated state nodal authority at each LCS to end the coordination vacuum identified by all exporters. As I have said in my opening remark, number 6 is to increase the fund allocation for interstate border area development program. Number 7 is with regard to registration of land to be made mandatory for the villages in the border area, and to ensure that the Land Act of District Council, which is in place, has to be made mandatory, as well as those who will register in the Revenue Department of the district administration also has to be made mandatory, and to ease the problem and to handhold the villages so that even the stamp duty should not be at par with other area apart from 0 to 5 kilometers from borders, interstate border area. And lastly is to ensure the peace and tranquility so that it won't affect the life, the plight, the issue, and the problem faced by the people living in the border area. Due to paucity of time, sir, I have many more points, but I would like to express my sincere thanks to you for allowing me. Thank you so much, and I hope that the few points that I have put to the government to listen in due course of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have Dr. Mukul M. Sangma. You can take the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. I like to participate in this special motion tabled by Honorable Member from Nongkren. I would like to be brief and would like to just flag few important concerns in the interest of the people, which affects not only the people residing in the border areas, but it has ramification across the interests of the people across the state, and also has ramification on the interests of the state as a whole. Few of the important points has been already also flagged before the government by Honorable Member from Nongpo. It is one important point which has been brought to the notice of this August House today. We are aware that along the Indo-Bangla border, fencing work is going on. And in some stretches, fencing has been already completed. But the landowners, there are two aspects of this impact of the Indo-Bangla border fencing in respect of Meghalaya, which may be similar in other states also. One is the land which is left outside the fencing, which cannot be used by the landowners. And even if landowners are able to use it during the time of sowing, during the time of harvest, the people from the other side of the border will end up harvesting, and no protection whatsoever. This is one important issue which the government has to take up in sync with Government of India. The overall support, protection required to be given to our people residing in those areas who has very limited land ownership, because the land is on the other side of the fence. Now, the border is not the fencing. Border is the 0 point. So why shouldn't the securities manning the Indo-Bangla border man it at the 0 point and provide the necessary security for our people. This is one very important, pertinent issue which must be taken cognizance of by Government of India, and all the necessary support along the Indo-Bangla border must be provided for our farmers. That is one part. And another part is the pending compensation. There are some reasons, there are some issues which I'm aware of pertaining to the valuation, etc., but it has taken too long a time. Therefore, having said this, many of the landowners have, as we all know, longevity is always an issue. It's in the hand of God, not in the hand of any one of us. So I think to do justice to the landowners whose land has been alienated and utilized for the fencing, let this particular issue be resolved at the earliest, and let whatever is the due compensation payable to the landowners be expeditiously completed. The same issue has been already flagged by our honorable member of Nongpo. Then another part is this border hut. Now, the importance of border hut, even from geopolitical perspective, it's very important, based on which we were able to convince Government of India to agree to reopen the border huts. Kalaichor being the first border hut, then the Balat the second, then subsequent to that we got a sanction of 4 border huts, but these are not operationalized. Only one has been operationalized recently, I think that is that Golaganj. But the rest, Nali Kata in southwest Khasi Hills, Sibari in South Garo Hills, and Rinku in East Khasi Hills. Money has been already released by Ministry of Commerce. It's with the Department of Industry, Government of Meghalaya. But these particular locations to complete the whole process of establishment and operationalization of this border hut. And besides this, we must further ask Government of India to agree to all other identified areas where border hut can be established. It helps us in many ways. And in fact, from the economic perspective, we have looked at the overall trade balance. The sale proceeds from our end was more than triple than what actually we buy at the time of transaction on the designated day in the border hut. If the total turnover is, say, X amount, 70% is the sale proceeds of our own produce and 30% is the purchase part, rather the sale part from Bangladesh, the other side. So it helps us economically, but at the same time, from geopolitical angle, it is very important. It also is a powerful weapon for the law enforcing agencies, for the security agencies, to get access to inputs about all the illegalities that takes place. I have actually tried to use this as a convincing point to agree to start the border hut. At the time, in 2011, we inaugurated the first border hut, resumption of border hut after a long, I must say the border huts were all done away with, but then we resumed it. So this is one issue I would like to ask the government. Through the Chief Minister himself, I think this issue must be taken up. There are many other aspects by which we should find the Government of India to agree to. There are many other aspects from geopolitical angle. Then another important part is that the usual problem of our people. Now, I will not dwell on those areas where we have the people facing the problem, those who are residing in those areas of difference along the Assam-Meghalaya border. It has been appropriately already articulated by the mover of the motion. But while saying so, I would also like to remind ourselves that this particular problem is often on very unpleasant and avoidable as well. It is very important for government to ensure stability of governance at the district level. The deputy commissioners, the SPs. If we keep on transferring the SPs and DCs too frequently, by the time they get acclimatized with the problems, the complexities of problem, then another new man comes. This is one of the problems. I've been watching it. I have also drawn the attention of the government pertaining to this. I have made my submission in this regard earlier also. Look at the record. How many years we kept the DC of West Khasiels? How many years? One of the deputy commissioners we didn't transfer because we needed to ensure that somebody who is thoroughly acclimatized with the problems is there. Post-Langpi problem. See, these are reasons, these are compulsions sometimes. We put new man, new SP, new DC, new SP, new, it goes on and on. For whose benefit? But at the same time, look at the fallout. This is one serious issue which should be taken cognizance of by the government. And as far as these districts are concerned, whether it is North Garo Hills, whether it is West Garo Hills, whether it is West Khas Hills, whether it is Riboy, whether it is West Giant Hills, whether it is East Giant Hills, these are very crucial, important districts. All along, we have seen the kind of challenges that we keep on encountering. And having known this, having seen this, having gone through this experience, I think it is only important to know how we should run the government and then take care of the problem and then put right people in the right place. Then another part is, even this was visibly seen by everybody recently. From Jorabar, from Barnihat, Jorabar to Khanapara, the road, we go by the revenue records. When the land compensation is awarded, it is done by the Meghalaya government. The ownership is determined by who is receiving land compensation, while land acquisition is being resorted to for the widening of the road, for the subsequent four-laning, and the east-west corridor. How is it that we surrender the complete stretch from Barnihat, Jorabat to Khanapara to the authorities of Assam government? Has the jurisdiction fall short? In fact, I made a program on Sunday to visit that area, but prior to that, of course, the other, whoever were blocking the road have called off. Very unpleasant to see. And I received so many messages are there from people from that area, from Barnihat, from Khanapara, all our people of Meghalaya. Their vehicles were not allowed to move. Who has given them the right to choke the road? And I have insisted that day that, as per the law, why has not the district administration from Riboy taken cognizance of these lawlessness, criminal acts? And I demand that FIR should be lodged against those perpetrators. Because it is not just this time. It has been happening all along. Anytime, whenever, at the drop of a hat. So, lawlessness must not be allowed. It will embolden. It is already emboldening. So that is one part. And I don't have to dwell and probably take the precious time of this August House, because there are many other important subjects which has already been admitted for the private members' business. In fact, short duration notice has become almost, long duration. It has taken all the time. But then nevertheless, important issues are flagged, so important replies were coming, so we have to listen. But what I'm saying is that, you see, there are crucial issues. So even, like I said, samajdaro ke liye isharai kafi. I think flagging one point, even indicating a lead point. Why will we allow our petrol tankers to be blocked by others? It's an essential service. Doesn't law require the law enforcing agencies to act as per the law and prevent anybody from taking the people of Meghalaya to ransom? Other parts, I'm not trying to mix it. But then that part, it's a national highway. There's a National Highway Act. And there are fundamental rights. So these are very crucial issues, and we should be seen not napping. We should be seen not wanting. But we should be seen that we are being loyal to our responsibility. We are enforcing the provision of law. Let the people have the fear of Moses. Nobody has to fear anybody. Nobody has to fear any individual, but people have to fear the law. Let the law, I heard the Honorable Deputy CM saying law should take its own course. Yes, law should take its own course. But it cannot be just for the sake of saying. So therefore, I hope the action should be forthcoming from the government side in this regard. And no such incident should be allowed. And there is a police station in Khanapara. Is there no mandate? Is there no responsibility, legal responsibility for them to protect the, the overall secured environment to be given to our citizens? That is needed. They must do their job, otherwise it amounts to dereliction of duty, dereliction of responsibility, shying away from responsibility, thereby compromising the interests of the people. Then another part I want to say is that we started, Mr. Chairman, sir, you were also able to pass on the benefit to the people from that initiative. Spatial Interstate Border Area Development Program. We initiated that program. Why was it necessary? It was necessary because Assam used to be very aggressive in giving schemes. Immediately they will give electricity, immediately they will connect road, give road connection, they have been doing it. That was a kind of modus operandi that they adopted to somehow get the loyalty of our people. It is a fact. It's a well-planned modus operandi we have witnessed all over the decades. But how do we counter it? We counter it by analyzing the way they do, and then we know how to do, and that is one of it. So I would like to urge upon the government, please look at this program once again. See that people get benefit out of that. During our time, there was a committee involving the local MLAs. There was same amount of money given to Riboy, given to Jante Hills, given to North Garhwals, given to West Garhwals, depending on the size of the block. We have given enough. West Khasi Hills. After the change of regime of government, suddenly this scheme was not continued. So I was receiving lots of calls from the local population. Sir, what happened to that program? So I'm flagging it before the government. Please revive this program. It's a very good program. It gives us a special opportunity to indicate that, we are taking care of the people who are otherwise in a very, very, I must say, where they are in a very disadvantageous position. And taking advantage of their disadvantageous position, Assam has always tried to win away our people. And that is what exactly we saw at the time of when this whole talk between Assam and Meghalaya was taking place for resolving the areas of difference. Some of our people were inclined to go to Assam because they managed it. That was a match fixing. And it's painful to see that. But then I think it's time that we look at the agonies of our people and at the same time see how our people are by default oppressed, suppressed. And I think it is only befitting for the government of the day to take cognizance of these circumstances which result in oppression and suppression of our people along the not only international border, but along the interstate border. Unfortunately, it's a fact. Because I would like to remind ourselves of what is written. He who oppresses the poor reproaches his master, but he who honors him has mercy on the needy. I'm sure the people along the interstate border and international border are needy. They need the support from the government. That's the reason why we embark upon a number of such initiatives. We definitely did a humble beginning, but the intent was clear. So the intent must be understood whenever any program is initiated. So amplify it, carry it forward and amplify it so that the objective of the intent is given fruition to. With these few words, Mr. Chairman, sir, I resume my seat.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we have one more speaker, but time is limited. So whether you will be able to complete within 5 minutes. So Calcutta MLA report moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir, for giving me this opportunity to participate. This House do now discuss the plight of the people living in border areas. Chairman, sir, I will focus on North Garo Hills district, and it's a very limited time. I'll just finish up within a stimulated time. Mr. Chairman, sir, North Garo Hills total area of the district is 1,068 square kilometer. But then we share with the neighboring state of Assam 68 kilometers. So, and it is border of, gateway of western part of the state. Speaker, sir, the area is we depends on Meghalaya, Assam, those residing in the border area. Particularly, we depends on the road. Road that we have in the border area, say like 5 kilometers is Assam, and other kilometers is Meghalaya. When we have a good road in Assam part, then the Meghalaya part is dilapidated condition. So it's very difficult to maintain. And residents are time and again complaining to the representative that the road is very bad shape. We are not getting a good road. And in the time of crisis, we face that. It's a very few kilometers from Assam. All the essential commodities, we depend on the market of Assam. Recently, we had a crisis between Assam and Meghalaya, and we are very difficult to come up to Shillong and even to Tura, those who are residing around Mendipata, Resubelpara, and Karkuta area. So my request is that, why can't we have a border road connecting from Mendipata to Riboy district, which is very easy to come to headquarters Shillong or Tura. If we have a border road, it will be very, very helpful for us to move around during the crisis. Say in medical facilities, yes, we have medical facilities in Resubelpara, Mendipata, Dainadubi, and Karkuta. But the facility is not up to the mark. In the time of emergency, our doctors refers our patient to Guwahati and Tura and Shillong. In the time of crisis, we are nowhere where to go. Yes, we have construction has started in Resubelpara Civil Hospital, but yet to function. Again, in Dainadubi area, we have already, the construction is there, but the facilities is not there. So my request to the government of the day to function it for the benefit of the people in North Garo Hills district, and by facilitating this facility, it will be very helpful. As Elo said that the people who are residing in the border area is very much tempted that the Assams are encroaching, they are giving different facilities. By giving that, our people are also tempted to part of that area. And in the time of some crisis, we are part of Assam, we are part of Meghalaya. Such things come out in the discussion. Sir,
Please sit down. It is now 3 o'clock. Honorable member, Mr. Rupert Moman, you may continue in the next sitting day on motions. The discussions can continue. As there's no further business before the House for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 26th August 2026.